Hey y'all, thanks for being here. We are going to do the Reverie Roundtable in just a moment. I think we got a good topic today. The participants, at the very least, seem to be excited about that. So real excited as to how this is gonna go. Yep. So let's get her done. Let's jump in. Hello all.
Good evening.
Evening to you, friend.
Happy New Year's Eve, I suppose.
Indeed.
I mean, we'll get there. We'll get it. We'll get into New Year's Eve, I'm sure.
That's true. Good point.
At least as far
Tomorrow,
as
we
us
hope.
Eastern Seaboard.
Absolutely.
Indeed. Hey. Yeah, well, I hope you all are having a great night. Or afternoon, if you're not on the East Coast. Yeah, alright. Let's talk about something while we wait for the rest.
Well, yeah, as usual when it comes to small talk, we could talk about the weather, where it's literally raining in the middle of winter here in like Quebec, which is like unheard of, or like never in my lifetime.
I love when that happens because then I go up to people like when it's nice and warm day in winter. I love going up to people and being like, "Thank God for global warming," and then walking away because no matter who they are, they get mad, right? Like if they're like a global warming, climate change denier, they'll be like, "Fucking that shit's not real." Blah, blah, blah. And if they're like a lefty, they'll be like, "Did he just think global warming? Like, what the fuck, dude?" Right? Like, people are dying. Like, it never fails to piss off everyone, no matter what your opinion on it. But it's a very positive statement that like they have a hard time starting an argument with you over in public. And I just love watching people. We do a little trolling in real life, like I just love watching them squirm.
Nothing wrong with a little, respectable, low-key trolling. But like, at least to me, it is. Never in my lifetime have I ever had to break out my umbrella in the dead middle of winter, like ever.
I'm
but
just
it
glad
could
there's
be
going to be
one
cold front.
anomaly. Who knows? But
So like I'm from Virginia, right? And the thing about Virginia is we have the Appalachian Mountain Range on one side of our state, and then we have the Gulf Stream on the other side of our state. And so because of this, like the whole concept of like changing temperatures is just like a foreign concept to us. Because like tomorrow, like today, for example, it's what is it? Right now it's 48 degrees Celsius. Like 3 days ago, it was like,
Fahrenheit,
or not
Fahrenheit.
Celsius. Sorry, Fahrenheit. Well, no, I said
Fahrenheit.
Celsius because, I said Celsius because I was talking to a Canadian and my brain was thinking Fahrenheit, not Celsius, and I just ended up spurting it out. Freudian slip. But like a couple days ago, it was like in the 20s. And like that just happens every couple days. We get a warm front follow the Gulf Stream up, and then we get a cold front that like hugs the mountains down, and it just happens constantly. So it's like this. It's so weird that it's this, and it's just like, dude, what are you talking about? You're in Virginia. Flip a fucking coin. That's the weather.
Yeah, no, I'm like the up until like the past 2 years, my mentality has been like, pretty much just like whatever. It's going to be freezing cold for the next like 6 months. That's usually how it is up until the past few years. But now it's just like crazy shifts, okay, which could just be a coincidence. Who knows? But it's like, yeah, breaking out my umbrella, and like literally like spring-like temperatures in the middle of winter is like unheard of.
All right, Katya, why have you not moved those boxes? It's been like a month. Like people in my stream are wondering, like why do you still have boxes behind you? What's wrong? Get it together. What's happening?
So you can yell at my husband for that. That's his crap.
Isn't that your job? I'm just kidding.
Oh,
Right. Don't you know a woman's duty is to unpack boxes?
Also, the last 2 weeks, oh my gosh, I've been so ill. I had COVID, and then I felt better. Then I was on vacation for like 2 days after I got better, and it was Christmas, and now I'm sick again.
I'm kind of feeling like shit too, so
I'm sorry to hear that.
COVID for the first time last Christmas, and it was the worst. Not because the COVID was that bad, because it was like, it's like after Omicron came out, like and started dominating, like COVID was pretty chill unless you're like a super old person, right? Or like very, very, very unhealthy. And yeah, but my water, like the water pipes in my apartment building froze. And they were like, yeah, we can't fix that for, a couple days. So like we just had no hot water and we had like limited cold water while I had COVID over the Christmas holidays and couldn't go anywhere. It sucked.
That's terrible.
It actually wasn't that bad because then I fell in love with cold showers again.
Lactoid, you
Could never
you
be
became a
me.
habit
doing
after
okay?
I mean, I'm getting sick, but otherwise I'll be. I'll live. I've gotten sick before. I got COVID twice in the same year that I got the first shot that I had a reaction to. So
I'm sorry, friend.
I've had COVID 6 times, maybe 7.
that
You
is, I have
impure,
not.
impure, dirty blood fucker.
That's a lot.
Right?
I've had it
Yeah,
twice.
you might,
got-
you
you
might want to
got
get
no-
that checked out.
Yeah, I have an immune issue.
Mm.
Okay,
Well, that makes
explains
sense.
Yeah, but
Black
usually
Lord-
it's like nothing.
Yeah,
Just
don't
this
feel like
time it
dickheads
was-
now.
Jab, you fake libertarian. Would you want to like keep your job or some shit? You
Oh.
fucking disgusting piece of shit.
Mm-mm-mm.
6 times.
Mm-hmm. Well, the first like while of it was because I was like, when COVID was spreading the fastest, I was living with people who legit did not think COVID was real at all. Like, didn't think it was a disease you could get. Like, it was like just,
Ooh, who thought that?
Those people existed. I don't know if it's a lot of people,
Yeah,
but
sure.
they
Yeah,
were-
I'm sure a couple of retards on Twitter existed like always. But
Well,
like,
they actually
who's
exist in
out
real
here
life
like
at some point,
COVID?
right? They
COVID that
exist
doesn't
somewhere.
exist.
This was in the time that I got COVID a bunch of times because this was 2021-ish, and these are individuals who don't like go outside too much and also go on 4chan too much.
Okay, but like, are they people that you knew? Like, what are you
Twitter
talking
people?
They are relatives
roommates.
of mine, and I'm trying to be respectful.
You said they were your roommates, though, right? Or whoever they were. They were.
No, I was
housemates.
living with them, but
Yeah,
they were relatives
housemates.
of mine.
Yeah, they were those people.
That's unfortunate.
about? Okay. So, what did they think was going on? Did they think you had the flu? Did they think you were faking it because
They
you were
just
like an
thought,
evil
I mean,
liberal?
they kept getting it too, but they're just like, oh my gosh, it's just the flu. There's nothing else. Like, it's fine. Even after, one of said relatives ended up in the ICU for like 10 days because of it. Afterwards, he's still like, it's just the flu, whatever. It's like, what? Okay.
What a giga Chad, bro. 10 days in the hospital. And he's
That's
like,
a very
"Yeah,
male thing to do.
it's just
Yeah.
a little flu.
No big deal.
The
Oh, what is
Darwin
that on your
Awards-
arm? Just a little
the Darwin
cancer, let me
Awards
come
are
on.
always
What do you mean I'm
nominated.
more sick
They're
than,
always
than you
nominating.
normally see people? It's called the man flu.
But yeah, so that's unfortunate. Yeah, that's unfortunate. But and hopefully you'll get over this, and be okay. It's good that you have.
I'll
you had
die,
any-
actually.
Have you had any long COVID side effects?
Nothing more than like the chronic shit I already have actually. Like, so any of the long-term stuff has been stuff that existed in my physical symptoms before COVID. So
Yeah,
I've been
I had a
lucky.
friend who got COVID the one time. I know they never got it again, but at least the one time near the start, and it really fucked them up in terms of their memory. Their ability to process and like the ability to hold information. That was damaged. It was really unfortunate. It like derailed their career. It completely
no.
derailed their career. It's really unfortunate.
I know a couple people that have been diagnosed with something that's derailed their careers, and it's called leftism.
I
If only that were true, buddy. If
I
only
thought
that
you
were
were
true.
Admiral Libs. What
Yeah,
happened to
that's it.
Admiral
Yeah.
Libs?
I couldn't keep up the grift for for too long. Like if my soul starts hurting as I do it, like some of us. I don't have many principles, but
Hey,
one of them's not being a bitch.
Okay, fair. Hey,
Are we missing
dude,
anybody?
sorry, what?
I
Oh
was
yeah,
wondering if
we
we had
are.
everybody.
Yeah, we're missing a few people here. Well, actually, no, we're missing just one person. Yeah, we're missing just one person right now. Hopefully they'll be here soon. But while we're waiting, and I mean we're in the free topic any which way, I just wanted to Doobie, are you there?
He's
Okay,
here in
I guess
spirit.
not.
Christmas spirit.
Fucking doobs.
Okay. I was gonna wait till he was on. I just wanted to ask him something. All right, well that throws everything off. Back to whatever you guys want to talk about.
I don't
what
have
do you mean,
COVID.
us dancing around COVID on YouTube? You know what I mean? Yeah.
I don't give a fuck about that. I don't make any money on fucking YouTube.
But keep those super chats coming.
COVID, 9/11. What else? Israel,
Keywords.
Palestine. Jews in general. What else? Like, oh, doesn't matter.
Prime, I'm curious. What is your take on Israel Palestine?
Oh no.
Oh God. Oh fuck.
I don't think you've been very open with that. In the past.
I try to keep my political beliefs close to my chest.
That's true.
Yeah. You know, because you think they're divisive, and no one likes divisiveness.
No, of course not.
Especially
And the
yeah.
call.
I
And
mean,
the call.
Yeah, okay. So not what I was going to say. I guess I'll stall. Hopefully Dilby will get here soon because I wanted to ask him something. What are you guys watching on TV?
I'm
You
rewatching
guys still
Lost,
watch
to be
TV?
honest.
Well, you're gonna be able to tell what I've been watching.
I don't watch TV, like television either, right? I watch like videos and YouTube and things from the internet, like and streaming services. But yeah,
And I started watching
Rewatch.
Westworld. That's about it.
really,
I've been rewatching House
Westworld
MD
season-
again.
What
Watching
Westworld
what?
season 1 is really good.
House MD.
Yeah, I have too. That's weird. That's a weird coincidence.
And we're both getting sick. Wow. Hi, Lactoid.
Ah,
They're
There's,
waiting
uh,
for
fucking-
the
to
connections are
so
clear.
please
That's
funny
that, that's,
host.
that, that's that YouTube algorithm probably fed you both a bunch of fucking clips, and you were like, "This was a good show."
Well, it was. Rewatching it though, it's like the plot line's pretty
All the
predictable
same.
at this point. Yeah,
Mhm.
it's like, oh my god, this
One of the-
person's sick. I think it's this. Turns out to not be that. Seizure. Now it's this. Turns out to
There
not be
was-
that. Another seizure.
So
Oh,
I
this
have
is
a
what it
question
is.
for you, Lactoid. I have a question for you regarding.
I'm here,
that,
by the way,
because
Prem.
I'm curious, like as a lawyer, right? Because one of the things that used to be like a fun game we did in the army as like medics is like we'd get shit faced drunk watching like medical shows, and just like the first time someone like could point out something that's just completely untrue, everyone else would drink, right? And so we would just get trashed watching like ER or like just any medical show randomly, or like Scrubs or like fucking House MD or something. She's like, nope, that's not true. That's not how that happens. Like, have you ever done that with like other lawyers, like hanging out watching Law and Order or something?
Not
Like-
really. It's not. We don't like to watch. At least among lawyers that I've hung out with, we don't like to watch legal shows. We do get trashed though.
Yeah,
That's a very that's a
Believe
common
that.
occurrence.
yeah, they always do. Is it because
And some of them on the internet use cocaine, but not me. Okay, just to be very
Hey,
clear.
you know.
Doing-
Oh yeah,
And they walk into the
somebody.
courtroom.
Is it no? But to Scott's point, like, do you guys not like watching legal shows because you know the inaccuracies and it's frustrating?
Yeah, a lot, and maybe there's different, like for medics, whatever. But like the doctors I've spoken with, they don't like to watch medical shows for kind of that same reason. Where I mean, for me, when I watch legal shows, like it bothers me because it feels like my job.
Mm.
It's like it's very similar to me where like I set my alarm noise to House of the Rising Sun by the Animals
my
for
God.
like three months, and I stopped that because I realized it was ruining the song for me. Every time they would go, like I would hear it,
Oh,
I
yeah,
panic
yeah.
because I'm like, the fuck, oh my god, like I have to wake. And it's sort of the same thing when it comes to legal shows, where it's like, oh, like all the buzzwords of all the shit that I have to get done tomorrow. I don't want to think about that right now. I'm not going to watch the show.
So
Yeah.
I feel about something similar. I'm not sure if it ever stopped me from. Well, in any case, I felt something similar because, like, working in IT, right? Like, IT is now used in shows as like the plot hole filler, right? Like rather than
A
like thinking of
hacker.
initiative step, right? So we got like the protagonists are a group of thieves, right? And they got to get into like the warehouse, or whatever, right? To get the stuff. But like, how do I do that? Well, rather than like think of a clever way of making all this happen, we'll have their hacker friend back at the base, right? Do this, and then it's open. like it's crazy.
I'm
And
in.
Like, yeah. It drives me up the wall. There was an NCIS. NCIS seemed to be a terrible show. I don't watch it. Right, what I've seen of it like seemed awful. Right, like specifically the hacker girl there. Holy shit! I don't understand like what they're trying to do. Like, was it supposed to be satirical? I didn't know, but like it seemed like the show was taking her seriously. Right, there was literally one time, right, where they were hacking. Right, they were doing some hacking. And she needed to like break some sort of firewall or like erect a firewall. I forget, all right? And she's like competing with another person, right? To like break down the
Are you
firewall.
backhacking me?
Yeah, right? And then right, but she has an assistant, so a guy who's also a hacking expert, right? And so what they do, seriously, right? They both take one side of a keyboard and start typing at the same time, right? Because now they're hacking
Twice as fast. Yes,
Is
Brian.
that real? Are you kidding?
That's
me?
how
I
IT works. Yes,
I
I
have
don't know
It's
how
a
to
to
do
see
real
a
that.
clip. I have to see a clip, otherwise I don't
It's
believe you legit. Like I've seen a clip of it where they're like, "Are you backhacking me or whatever?"
Yeah,
and it's like,
it's
"What the fuck
crazy.
does that mean?" Nobody says that.
And then the
ever, but, like,
firewalls, right? The firewalls are like a thing that you build by typing really fast, right? Like that's how you like construct a firewall and then tear down a firewall. And you can
And
see
when
the
there's two firewalls or
here's-
three,
So
If you
here's
type
the real
faster.
so here's the real question. Was Ted Kaczynski ever given films to watch in prison and was like, that's not how you make a pipe bomb?
Probably.
They were really strict about media in that particular prison. They still are today.
Wasn't he
I-
against TVs?
Is there any particular reason why they'd be against media? Y'all think? I can't think of any.
I mean,
hate
it was
all of you for being
was
like,
what,
well, let me
Aurora?
think about
Yeah.
this question
He,
legitimately.
he was like an anarcho-primitivist, right? Isn't like technology evil for him or something?
yeah.
I mean, he wasn't an anarcho primitivist fully. Have you
But
never
he-
read his manifesto?
I have not read Uncle Ted's manifesto.
You should
no.
you should
Well, he
read his
lived
manifesto.
in an
It's really
Amazon
interesting.
way.
did you call him
Yeah,
Uncle Ted?
I mean, it just
I called him Uncle
I did
Ted.
not call him Uncle Ted.
Why?
I don't know.
That's
Connor
like
called him
easy
Uncle
to
Ted
know
one time. I
when
thought it
you
was funny.
That's who you should be taking your cues from, Black Dwight. He'll teach you how to be a real conservative.
It was a funny meme. It was a funny meme. Come on. I know you're beefing with him on Twitter.
He'll learn you. He'll learn you.
You're-
Those are the guys you
you're-
pick up habits
You're
from.
beefing of Ted Kaczynski on Twitter? Like, sorry.
Yeah,
No,
yeah. Me and
no,
Ted
I'm-
Kaczynski are definitely beefing on Twitter.
Gibbs is beefing with Connor.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
he's mad because I called out his fucking grift, but whatever. We don't have to go into that.
Ooh.
Okay.
Well,
fair
what
enough.
are they beefing about?
Well, I called him. I've said he's basically a snake oil salesman. He's been a snake oil salesman from day one. He
I'll
was
put my
never a
glasses on. I'll
conservative,
be back.
and that basically he's
Interesting.
always sitting here misrepresented himself in order for net gain, either financially or in order to move people to a point of view, like while disguising his views and like a like with conservative language while pushing progressive views. Like
Oh,
basically, I made a
not to-
meme in that thing earlier. I was like, "Oh, you can call me a high T progressive, and I'll just never change any of my views, and I'll just use Democrat language to describe my viewpoints, and y'all can all bless me with my new progressive trappings." You know what I'm saying?
Not
And,
until
use
Corey
that.
Black Dwight, is this what you were
Yes.
referring to earlier when
Yeah.
you said that that Connor basically said that he was like I don't know if it was when we were talking about
Mhm.
people being unwilling to talk about Destiny sharing his wife's sex tapes without consent. Confirmed now, by the way, by Melina, shared without consent. So people being unwilling to talk about that. You mentioned that some people might not want
slick.
to. Might not want to risk the bag, basically, right? And Connor basically said that that's what he was doing with the whole progressive victory thing. Is he was taking the money, selling out his principles, basically. Is that
I
what you were referring
remember-
to?
I remember back. I think he tacitly admitted it back when we did that one conservative panel. He was like,
Yeah.
"Yeah, I'm taking the money." It's like, I in some regards I understand it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's been real mad ever since that conservative panel that we.
Wait a minute, Gibbs. Why would you care about that? Like, as long as the person's making a
Oh,
profit.
I never actually cared. I was the only one who defended him taking money. I said that is your most capitalist conservative take is that you took money. I was like that. I defended that. I've never had a problem with that.
The most conservative thing is that you're a sellout. Like that's
that's the most conservative. Yeah, it's because
that's so true.
Hold on. I'll defend this. Because he was willing to do what it took to make a buck in that regard. You could call us out, sure, but I'm saying he never sold out. Because he never was actually conservative. So the only thing that he could do is, you know what I'm saying? He just pretended to be the whole time in order to make money, which,
Well, then it's not a grift.
Hey, listen, it's called snake oil.
No.
The snake oil salesman. He's a false prophet. He's bad.
Wait a minute,
and that's if he's intelligent enough to know that he's doing it. And if he's not, doesn't realize that he's doing it, well, that's a whole different set of problems.
Hold on. Before
Gibbs
you,
has a bridge to sell you.
We're gonna burn it after I do it too.
Gibbs, like, why would that have an implication on his ideology, right? Like, it seems like from your perspective, and maybe I'm wrong, right? It seems like from your perspective that like making profit, right, is like a morally neutral thing, right? Like whatever you do to make profit, that's just a thing you do within life, right? And in fact, maybe it might even not be like morally neutral, might be a moral good, right? That like, hey, I'm making profit, I'm improving myself, right? But that seems to me, from like observing you, seems really separate to you from like your larger like ideology, right? Like you can, as long as you're making profit, that's a good thing. But your larger your ideology could be separate from that, right? Like that seems to be the way you operated in the past.
Sure, I'll maybe explain where the confusion is. I will see. This is the thing. I will go in here and I'll say, yeah, you do whatever it takes to make a buck, right? But every time y'all like try to push me on something, what do? I am honest and I bite the bullet, even if it's a nasty bullet, right? You're like, okay, cool, whatever. However, Connor over here is purposely, instead of like doing whatever financial gain, whatever, he's portraying himself as one thing with the hopes to lead people to a different conclusion in order to get them to take an action. It's not just like, oh, I'm just getting money. The money part's not the problem. It's the problem is you're sitting here lying to people about what you are in order to deceive them and get them to do something else.
It's like when I call myself a libertarian instead of a socialist.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
It's dishonest.
It's one word. It's one word. It's just the difference between capitalism and fraud.
Yeah, sure, exactly. Yeah, that's even better than what I was going to say. Like, yeah, sure, it's fraud.
Like if you're taking money for a good or service, and then you're lying about the good or the service, and the other people have.
What did he lie about?
Did you lie about the good or the service?
I don't know.
He's not a conservative.
He's not a conservative.
So his most conservative viewpoint.
No, wait. I just want to clarify because like. Obviously, I don't know all the details, but from what I understand, like I just view it as like the enemy of my enemy is my friend. It's like he's staunchly anti-Trump, and so he aligns himself to who he viewed as previously enemies. Like, what did he lie about?
I can give
you examples.
What is he misrepresenting?
Sure, I'll give you several examples. Right, let's just use like someone like Jeb 10. Jeb 10's adamantly anti-Trump. Right. However, I'm not confused about if he's conservative or not. I know he's conservative. All his viewpoints are conservative. When conservative issues come up, he vouches for it. Connor's most conservative issue, I think we can all agree, is probably gun rights. And then even then, he sits there and preaches progressive ideas like, oh, we need red flag laws, we need gun restrictions, we need lists. All these things are like center left at best, and usually even further left and progressive at worst. So that's his most conservative position. And he comes off as like a kind of a manly man or whatever, or not the traditional low T lefty.
Comes off as one? Or?
He's like soy, like he doesn't come off as soy, so he could pass off being the conservative. He's like maybe more right leaning on like in the middle, but he's like center left than all these extreme lefties, so he can play the role. He's never been a conservative, and he's
in a much smaller summary. He's a blue dog Democrat, and he tells everyone that he's a conservative. He's not. He's a blue dog.
Well, correct, but he even brands himself somewhat as a distinct. He calls himself, I think, a Birkin. I think he even says, I don't know, jokingly or not, of like whatever. I think he says like an authoritarian liberal or authoritarian leftist.
When did he start saying that?
He did that after the
only started saying. He only started doing that.
I don't have a.
He only started saying that he was like making these memes and joking about like what he means by conservative, and I'm Burkean in the sense that like I want society to progress towards what the left wants, but at a slower, more intelligent rate. He only started saying that once he got called out for taking progressive victory money and for pretending to be a conservative. Then he was like, oh, I'm a Burkean conservative. And that's why he screams about the definition of a conservative and like spurgs out and you can't have a conversation.
He literally started doing that on that conservative panel. Yeah, he literally started doing that on the conservative panel. We pressed him, and what's crazy is like, okay, all the people on the conservative panel, like I have like issues with several of them on like several like big points, like Rob Noor. We don't agree on a lot of policy, right? Even though we're both conservative. Fabian here, we don't agree on a lot of policy, but he's still conservative. Like we're all like a thing. However, all of us on all these panels. All are like, that guy's not a conservative. He's lying. And then when we called him on it, he's come up with these labels like, oh, I'm reasonable. I'm, all this shit. And it's really nefarious because like what you're doing is you're maliciously misrepresenting yourself in order to achieve like a movement instead of being honest about what you want. It's I don't know. I think it's disgusting personally.
I mean, I don't feel as strongly as he does. Right. But like I don't know that it's like 10 steps as nefarious as Gibb is pointing out. Right?
Yeah, you say he's malicious.
Yeah.
All I hear is like he doesn't have as right as positions as you expect. That's about it.
He doesn't have a right position at all.
I think the problem.
Isn't that easy to see?
Right? I think the problem is less about like us in the know that are like super politically inclined.
That's exactly it.
And more about the fact that there's like a Twitch politics, YouTube politics scene. And Primekais knows this as a spirit, as a player of the game, right? That a lot of times when you do big panels with big names, they want a balanced panel that has conservatives and has lefties on it so that the audience can come and see a balance of ideas kind of fought out between two opposing sides, and then they can kind of determine who has the better arguments. But when you have a panel of, let's say, 3 conservatives and 3 liberals, and it turns out one of the quote unquote conservatives is somebody that's a blue dog Democrat that's fighting against their own team, it's worse than 4 versus 2 because the other person is seen as on their team and is undermining their own arguments because their own ideas, even if those ideas are genuinely their ideas and their philosophy, are ideas that are at best a compromise with the opposition, at worst more closely aligned with the opposition. Then you have 3 other people in the opposition, and then you have 2 different people that have to try and backtrack what one of their supposed members is saying before they can even get out their argument.
Yeah, it's called having a wolf in the henhouse.
Well, my problem with that is then I think that might also be an issue on like how, panels are composed. Like if they're composed just based on the labels people uses, because right, if somebody, let's say, was going to do a panel on guns or whatever, and they went, oh, Katya, you're a leftist, right? And I'm like, yeah. So they put me on the anti-gun side. Oh, they're going to be missing a person real fast, but I'm not lying.
So,
right.
Yeah. I mean, like
exactly
it happens to me all the time. It happens to me all the time, right? But I'm very upfront. Like, no, I am an ANCAP, and you better ask me what the prompt is now so I can tell you my opinion. Because you just put me on the right wing side. Depending on it, like, there's gonna, like, if we're talking some econ shit, I'm probably gonna be with all the right wingers. But if we start talking about cops, you're gonna find me saying all cops are bastards real fucking quick and talking shit on the police. And you'll be like, what the fuck? I thought you were on the right. Like, no, I am, but in a different way.
Yeah.
So, multiple things. If going back to like the start of that, right? Like, if I, was invited to some sort of forum, that was put on by a conservative group. I'm trying to think of an appropriate one here. Let's say, what's the one that the college tour one, the one who like
Charlie
Toilet
Kirk's
Paper
one?
Kirk's one, yeah. Sorry, what did you say? Turning Point. Yeah,
Turning Points USA.
Yeah. Turning Point USA, right? Let's say they put on a forum on the Israel-Palestine thing, right? And let's say their position, I don't think this is the case, but let's just go with me here, right? That their position is they are against the war, but not because of why I'm against it, right? But like because we don't want to send money over right there, right? And then I go on this panel and I take money for my appearance. Would that be selling out? Because I'm like desperately against Turning Point USA.
I would say that that's a very different thing. I think the medium is what matters here so much, right? Because like in a lot, like in an Oxford style debate, it's two people and they have like, time to get out their opinions, or in a panel at like on a stage, right? It's a lot of like taking turns and it's more discussion based. But in like the Twitch poll, YouTube politics, blood sports panel scene, it's far more important that the panel has a balance of like people of those perspectives.
I hear you.
You know what I mean?
But I think for my understanding is the progressive victory thing. You're talking about something differently, and I understand what you're saying, right? And I agree with at least the concept of what you're saying. Whether it applies to our friend Connor or not, or my friend Connor or not, that I'll leave that alone. But I'm saying that like I'm just talking about like the concept of taking money from a person on the other side. If I remember this controversy correctly, like Progressive Victory, who I had worked with as well, like put on various like streams, right? Like sponsored various streams to talk about like being anti-Trump, but also like organizing.
We can cut
in
this
general,
now.
right?
He admitted multiple times that his goal was to make sure that Trump didn't get elected and that Kamala did.
Yeah. So
that was his goal, right?
Yeah.
So like even if he was against Trump for different reasons, supposedly from the right-wing side, right? Like the idea that his goal was to get Kamala elected, and then calls himself like a Burkean conservative of slow progress.
Well, it's also
and that's his
going to
new
get
goal.
elected.
I'm gonna build a bridge here,
Who
Brian.
be elected?
Okay.
So like say like Progressive Victory had offered me money for whatever reason, right? What like can you imagine the difference in type of what would happen and how they would have used me potentially as opposed to Connor, right? I would not, even if they gave me money. I don't know why they would, but if they wanted to, I wouldn't change my views. I would still say the same thing. They could maybe use me as, look, this is what the conservatives believe, but I wouldn't start pretending to like have their beliefs or keep my beliefs and then push theirs. No, he's never changed. I wouldn't like change my stuff and then like push their agenda secretly, right? Like he's come on there, he's saying he's a conservative while secretly pushing his agenda and saying, I'm a reformed conservative. I saw the light with Trump. Let me show you all these things. Oh, and then I go and you ask him, I don't know, what's your take on immigration? And it's ultra progressive. You ask him about his guns and it's center left. You ask him about like any other position and it's progressive. But then he dresses it up.
Progressive Victory, though.
You say he hasn't.
But the difference is though, like if you like an actual conservative took the money.
He's always kind of been elected.
If an actual conservative took the money from them and did it, they would just keep saying what they want, and maybe they could use him as like, hey, or whatever. His actions show that he's always been a progressive and he's been a wolf in sheep's clothing. That's what I'm saying. They couldn't use the guy as a lolcow because he's over here trying to be deceitful.
I don't think he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. If anything, under this premise, he'd be a wolf that like glued a cotton ball to his head. I mean, like if he hasn't changed and it's been obvious the whole time, I don't know how he's deceiving people allegedly.
Okay, so like, would you say it would be dishonest if I started honestly going around and declaring myself as like the king of libs and I'm Admiral Libs and you should listen to me? I'm a reasonable liberal that is sitting here and I've seen the light and the party's moved too far to the left and I'm here to save the Dems and bring them back to the core of the crowd. You would laugh, right? Because it's dishonest, right?
No, because it's you, and we'd be like, you're joking.
Well, no, but that's what he's doing. But he's trying. He's doing it for money. And he's trying to pretend that he's not doing that.
Is Lactoid a wolf in sheep's clothing? Because
center-right people fucking exist, and like this is my problem.
Scott's a sheep in wolf clothing, right?
Let's go to Lactoid first, and then we'll get back to it. Lactoid.
Hedgehog.
Hedgehog.
Banner says hedgehog, and
my comment. I don't know. I'm much less. I've talked about this before. I think that like political identities are, it's pretty subjective, right?
Limited utility.
It's limited utility. Somebody can call themselves a conservative, and it's like, yeah, I think that I'm conservative, and then like you put them up next to like the Overton window, and they're really not. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're lying. I think that the really the best criticism. I'm not even sure if it's like a criticism. It's just pointing out that like it was done for money. Which is Progressive Victory is not just like a let's get Kamala elected. There are organizations out there.
Organization.
Yeah,
like their mission statement is specifically designed to turn the Democrats into a radical neo-Marxist party. It's
specifically to get the Dems more left. And so if it was just like, yeah, I'm right wing, but fuck Trump for whatever reason, there's plenty of organizations that would do that, right? But that's not the one that was offering money, right? The one that was offering money was like, let's get like dye our hair, let's fucking do it, right? And that was what he joined. I have no doubt that he probably wouldn't have joined Progressive Victory if there wasn't money
in this. I came in late.
Fraud points. I mean counterpoints.
Counterpoint.
Okay. Counter truth. I don't know. I can't remember what his name is. I got more. Don't worry.
But yeah, hun. So you understand that they were the one offering money to do a thing, right? Like, and money is an enticement, which I feel like your side is very much for in general, right? So it's enticement to work together on a shared goal, which was not electing Trump, right?
But money.
No, that was
Not the money. He's
Hold
being
on,
sold.
let me elect to it.
Yeah. Money, I think, indicates the reason why people get suspicious about money because it indicates potential hidden intent. Let me ask you this, Prime.
Okay.
Let's say, like, you know my position on guns, right?
Hmm?
And then all of a sudden, I've had an
them.
evolution.
Just kidding.
Let's say I've had an evolution, and now I think guns are terrible.
Yeah.
Guns are awful. We got to regulate these shits, okay? It is compatible with libertarianism, okay? There's a liberty argument, blah, blah, blah. And then you find out that, like, some anti-gun lobby has been depositing $1,000 in my bank account every week.
I hear you.
Does it lead to the conclusion that I'm being sincere?
Hold on, but my understanding of what
Can I
you
just
guys
read
just
their
said
mission
is that
statement?
like his positions haven't changed though, right? At least
So,
they
like-
they said that. So
I'm not as I'm not as like I
don't
don't
even
care
care about
as
them
much as
taking
Admiral
money.
Gibbs, but I get it. What and it's listen. I think Admiral Gibbs and I both, and interrupt me if I'm wrong, Admiral. I think we both recognize that his positions haven't changed. The issue is that his positions have always been center-left blue dog Democrat positions.
Mm-hmm.
And he's always claimed to be a conservative. He's always claimed to be a representative of the right in a space such as Twitch, where it has been very difficult for the right to get a foothold, where it has been like, I remember people like, Dylan Burns when I was doing Hippy Dippy. I know, not the best name to bring up, but nevertheless, right? Like, when I was doing those, Dylan would reach out to me constantly and be like, do you know any fucking like actual conservatives that will be on this panel that have like any audience whatsoever? Like, it was a struggle because the space was swamped with people on the left. And so he sat in a position where his policies were center left, where now we have this money from an organization that's goal is extreme leftism. Its goal is not just, Trump is bad, we need to get rid of Trump. I mean, I can read you their mission statement or you can read it yourself, but I mean, they talk about creating lifelong activists so that the Democratic Party cannot ignore the progressive bloc and can no longer be what they consider to be like neolibs, right? Like they hate the Democrat Party for not being left-wing enough. Like that's who he's getting paid from. And then all the while he's like, yes, I'm one of the conservatives. If you need a conservative with a big platform on your debate show, I will represent conservatism. I will represent what the normie Republicans think. And it's like, no, you won't. You never have. Now we have the receipts that prove that you're not just, someone that like occasionally has a bad take as far as conservatism is seen. But now we have the money to show that you're working directly with, leftist activist organizations. And it's like, why do you keep calling yourself a conservative? Because the money's good.
Just the one more thing I would like to add is I think he kind of touched on this with the taking of the space and how like suddenly you're working against more people when you thought you had a few on your side. It's also that when he represents himself this way, not only is he representing his views and pretending his views are conservative and trying to sell them to people, because that's what we're doing. This is an activist sphere, right? We're trying to get people to eventually make, some of us, we want to make money. Some of us, we want to like bring people to our side so we keep, our viewpoints in power. We convert them. But it's also that he goes and simultaneously on those panels, turns to the people that are feeling the conservative void and goes, you're insane, you're stupid, and tries to discredit them. So not only is he pushing his views and taking up a space, he's also further trying to like pull the ladder up on the way out and push these people down and make sure that any views that are any further right than his are made to look like insanity next to a reasonable Republican. And hey, all these other leftist views aren't really that far left.
But that rift is there already
is nefarious.
in the Republican Party. Isn't there a whole rift in the Republican Party? Isn't that what the Lincoln Project is all about? It's like there's a clear rift. He is a conservative that is pretty distinct now.
It's
that
not,
like
that's not the same. Like
The Lincoln Project is like such an infinitesimally small portion of the voter base, and is a large portion of the money in politics from that degree. Like the amount of money that they were getting, the anti-Trump, never
not my point,
Republican,
though.
just didn't exist in the voting base.
I can recognize that
Right, like
probably.
you're talking about a faction.
Yes,
of,
but
you're talking about a faction of money from the left.
Yes, but it's not my point. My point is like I can recognize that Connor's probably a minority now in the conservative movement. Yeah, but he still identifies as conservative. Like, I don't see what the issue
But
is.
okay, but the issue is that he's identifying as
I
something
hear-
that
I
he's
hear-
not
hold on.
and pushing us others down.
Gibbs,
That,
yeah,
like,
I know.
all-
Okay, I
Corey,
understand
did
what
you
you're
have a problem
saying.
with Tim Pool taking the Russian money?
Well, I mean,
No.
I mean, I don't think it's good, but like, what do you mean by
Why
problem?
would? Yeah, like let's say you found out that like Tim Pool was taking the Russian money.
There's a
He
big
denies
Don't
that it
you
had
ever
anything to
trust me
do.
again when
He,
you spoke about Russia?
he
Like,
denies that he denies that he had like shaped any of his opinions or focused on anything because of that. But he took Russian money, and there appears to be some evidence that hey, we really like we'd really like it if you kind of focus a little bit on this topic. We really like it if Tim Pool could believe everything he says, but the fact that he's taking Russian money and he happens to sort of focus on the issues that they wanted to focus on does affect his credibility.
For the record, I did debate on a panel with Connor about this, and Connor was very angry that Tim Pool took that Russian money. while he was taking
Wow.
progressive
That's
victory
hilarious.
money.
Well, why?
Because that's how much
That's
of a
funny.
fucking grifter he is.
See, I'm
Because
okay
he
with the
knew
money.
where the
that
money
he's
was
taking.
coming
That's
from.
hilarious.
I'm
Like
sorry, but
the issue is that the issue really isn't even the
depending
money.
on
Like,
why
it's-
he think it's a problem. Why did he think it was a problem, Fabian? Why?
Because he
Like,
thought that
did
the
he-
money might
Well,
change his
even
opinions.
like-
hilariously enough.
Not because it was for anti-American shit or like from a
Well,
foreign
I gotta-
entity.
I gotta
even
get in
that,
on this.
like the disagreement, like even Lactoid is coming from a different angle than Gibbs. Of like, I'm more sympathetic to Lactoid's point than Gibbs. Gibbs is saying he's pretending, he's grifting, he's a liar, and Lactoid is
He's
not
always
making those
I think
points.
the problem
Exactly.
is- okay, so
even
there's
that, you
multiple
can't
things
even
that
pin him
being-
down.
I
There's
can put
multiple-
it down. I've done it on many panels.
hold
Like,
on one
there's a
second,
reason why he
guys.
spurgs out every panel.
Hold on,
on
hold
again.
on. There's multiple things that are being like complete. This is why I was trying to like pull these things apart in my questioning. But like I think after listening to you all, I'm getting a better picture of this, right? So when I first heard this, I was more focused on the issue that was brought up, and this is all brought up in the context of progressive victory and taking money from them. Like, well, people can take money for all kinds of reasons, right? That doesn't necessarily like implicate their entire ideology. But if there is a larger a narrative behind it, then it enhances, right? So if there's a narrative that this individual comes on panels in this space, right? And I'm not saying I'm gonna agree with any of this. I'm just like trying to like elucidate what the
That's
point is, right?
Descriptive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If there's
Can
a
I jump
larger
in on this real
narrative
quick?
that this individual comes onto the space and
Red, we
like,
can hear you. I'm sure Bram will let you go. I'm sorry.
yeah. He comes to these spaces and says that he is a member of this ideology, right? Or he takes part in this ideology. Then people like take him seriously. Okay, well, this person represents this stance, right? But then when we're having an actual discussion, they turn around and like, well, all this is wrong, right? Like this is completely wrong. And people who actually really believe this, they're insane, right? Like I've had moments like that too, right? In an Israel-Palestine debate, right? Where the people were on like my side, but then end up like undermining like lots of the things that I was saying. I'm like, well, this is this bullshit, right? Like, and it's very frustrating. And if there is a long enough time frame where this person is acting like this, right? Then on top of that, right, you find out, well, they're taking money from the quote unquote the other side. Well, yeah, that only just compounds everything you've said, right? And then you would think, okay, this person's grifting, right? Like they were actually lying the entire time, and they've been an effective tool for my political enemies to say that like the things that I believe in are unreasonable and stupid and ridiculous, and so fuck that guy.
Nailed it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, nailed it. I knew you could relate because every panel we've been on together, especially right after the Kamal level. Yeah, I'm gonna turn it. I just want to give prime props. I even after the Kamal thing, you've always stood by your beliefs, even when like other lefties have gone against what you said, like or within like whatever y'all did a little different ones, and you're like no, and it's just funny because I've seen that, and I'm glad you can recognize where I'm coming from.
Go ahead. Good.
Yeah, so I think this is really interesting because I have said multiple times that my entire purpose behind even having this channel is to grow it to the point to where someone will pay me to say the things I already say. So I'm a capitalist, so I don't have a problem with any of that shit. Matter of fact, there were a lot of people who were unhappy that Destiny came out on Piers Morgan and said, "You don't know if I believe anything that I say. I could have been paid to say this, and it wouldn't make any difference because I'm still saying it." So you don't know, and the idea that someone's motivation behind what they say somehow detracts them from the value of what they say is very interesting to me, because at the end of the day, the words are what matter. The motivation, maybe not so much. And that's what's called politics, folks, because that's how politics work. And the real fact is you may never know. I don't have a problem at all with Tim Pool and Lauren Chen and all those people and the money, because it's money. And they never said anything that was super pro-Russian or in any way influences anyone's opinion in a weird way, other than probably ways that leftists don't like, which is fine with me. Leftists may, I don't particularly care what Destiny says, but I'm sure that most leftists are okay with it. And I'm sure he gets paid. So again, I don't really have a problem with much of any of this.
Can I respond to this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, so I would agree that the person's actual motivations are irrelevant to the strength of the argument. You can have somebody who doesn't believe what they are saying and make a very good argument still. And the argument should still be dealt with on its own terms. I agree
what
with
lawyers
that.
do all the time anyway.
Absolutely. Okay.
Right. And
Literally,
you need to be able to argue both sides of an argument.
yes,
if you can't
you
argue
are.
both sides. You suck.
You are assigned a side. I've done debates where I have been assigned a side. I mean, that is just how it goes, and the idea is you should be able to argue both sides. But I do think someone's motivations matter, though, when they're a political agent, right? Because being a political agent isn't just like, oh, I'm going to come out and like make arguments. It is cooperating with certain people. It is aligning certain things, targeting certain things, basically building this sort of shadow network to achieve certain goals. And if that network is obscure, opaque, not really saying what they're doing, but you know what the goal is and you know there's money involved, I think it's reasonable to be skeptical of that.
Like the entire federal government. That's what you're talking
I am skeptical of the entire federal government.
How did Tim Pool not say anything pro-Russia? How did Tim Pool not say anything pro-Russia? I'm very confused.
He said very pro-Russian things.
Let me
Yeah.
He didn't say
Doobie
anything
and then we'll go
pro-Russia
straight
that
to
he
you,
wouldn't have
Scott.
said anyway.
Doobie?
And I
so
said,
Wick-
look, I'm not pro-Ukraine. I think
He didn't.
Zelensky's a thief and a spy and a traitor and a dictator, and he should be thrown in jail. So, matter of fact, the fact that he owns a house in Miami, Florida, should offend every single person on this panel. But
I
it
didn't know
doesn't.
that.
I'm Canadian.
Okay.
Well, yeah, okay, I'm sorry.
Doobie?
So Wick has been challenged on this kind of thing before too, right? Though I think Wick is actually like some type of lefty, right? I'm not challenging him on that end.
Yeah.
But he's been questioned for taking the money in the first place. Right? People call him a sellout for interacting with that organization at all, for having Brown on, for all this kind of stuff. And Wick has said that he's kind of detailed a little bit of what happens behind the scenes, right? With when you're a streamer taking money from the organization, and he said they have like weekly like strategy meetings, where they talk about strategy, like how do we talk about this issue, what are the things we're going to hit, etc. So if Connor is a right winger and he's taking part in those meetings where they're strategizing for how to defeat the conservative message or how to push the Democrat Party more left, like that's more than I'm just taking the money because I'm already talking about this thing. He's actively helping the side that he says he opposes, which doesn't make any sense.
He stated he doesn't, that he's not participated in the canvassing side. So if he's either getting paid for nothing, or that's what he's getting paid for.
Yeah, people don't get paid for nothing.
You talk to conservatives. How will this message sell to
Yeah, it could be absolutely useful to them.
the conservative movement. But so
somebody who understands the conservative messaging tells you how to attack conservatives. It's absolutely useful.
But then at that point, he must be getting paid for something. Otherwise, it'd be horribly irresponsible on behalf of the payor. Why would you pay for a free product?
Yeah, well, I want to point this out because I think the left might have a harder time empathizing. So let me just for a second, because I do agree that it probably feels, especially to people on the left, like a bit of a nothing burger. Like, yeah, the dude always had these same opinions. Like, why does it really matter? And I think I'll explain maybe why it matters to many of us on the right. I consider myself on the right, even though I am a libertarian, right? Nevertheless. I think the problem here is that, and you can believe this narrative or not believe this narrative, but this is a narrative that most right-wing people will probably agree with, right? That we are in a culture war. We are in a culture war on a whole bunch of different issues for the culture of America and of Western society. And it feels like, and I believe it is true, you may disagree, but nevertheless, the right feels this way, that the left has legacy media. The left has academia. The left has most of the government bureaucracy. The left has the education system. Even and the one thing the right has fought fucking hard for is to have what came to fruition in this last election, which is like Joe Rogan and like the online kind of like YouTube podcast space. And we are fighting in places like Twitch and YouTube polls and panels for the right to be represented there. And what ends up happening is we see a panel of 3 people on the left, maybe one's radical left and one's a centrist lib, whatever, but 3 people generally on the left, and then supposedly 3 people on the right. And one of them is working against us, and like we're trying to get into those spaces, and we're trying, because like if I was a grifter, I wouldn't be a fucking ANCAP, right? Like the struggle that I have to do to get views is an up-road hill 10 times harder than any other fucking political ideology. If I was a commie or a tanky or a fucking center lib or a traditional conservative, like it would be so much easier for me to get people in because I sound crazy the moment they tune into my stream. But like I'm fighting a culture war. And then what I end up seeing is an agent of the other side, even if he's an unwitting agent, right? I'm not saying he's there like, I'm rubbing my hands together to defeat the right. I think he realizes that he gets on more appearances and more stuff when he considers himself kind of right wing, as opposed to just admitting he's a blue dog Democrat. And what ends up happening is now it becomes this 4 versus 2 panel with one person supposedly representing us, making our ideas look crazy. And it's not about the panelists. It's not about Connor. It's not about the 6 people there. It's about the audience and the space that we're trying to fight for a foothold.
That's exactly it.
Because every other fucking institution is against us. And it's like, and we have to be careful with every 10 words that we say, because even the platform we're on is fucking against us. And it's like, we have to be careful and self-censor. And now we have to fight a lopsided battle in a space. And you have 17-year-old, 16-year-old, 19-year-old, 20-year-old people in the audience that are watching politics and getting involved in politics for the first time, and they're getting a skewed, biased representation that makes it look like, oh, I always knew the Republicans were retarded. That's what my fucking professor told me in college, and now look at them, they're eating at each other like idiots, and it's super frustrating. And so I think that's really where the anger is coming from a lot of people.
Yeah, and
it's not about one.
I don't think that encapsulates.
No, it's exactly that, almost on the head. And it's because like even these 16, 17-year-olds, right? So he's sitting here, he's representing himself as a reasonable conservative, right? And these are influencing these people who are impressionable. And what are they going to do? They're going to go up thinking this is what a representation of this is. Oh, well, you know what? I guess I was always really a dim. I'm a dim. We should move to dim. Let this guy push me in these ideas because, well, those other conservatives look real crazy compared to those other 4 people. They all said poo-poo. And it's a battle for the hearts and minds. And this guy is doing something nefarious and being a false prophet and leading these people to the fire. That's what it's like. It's awful.
This could all be solved if people asked about issues before doing debate panels. Because if the problem, I guess, is somebody saying, "Oh, they're oh my gosh, the conservatives are getting like gangbanged on this panel now because this person said, oh, I'm
don't go in there and represent his ideas as that." No. So this is why I was so happy.
I don't agree with Gibbs or Fabian.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous point.
No. This is why I'm so happy you said that, Connie, because I go on these immigration panels with him, right? And he would start saying,
I agreed with her.
And he was, what? No, I was saying that he goes, hey, check this out. My views, this is the real conservative plan. And anybody that goes any further than this is insane and evil. And you know what? I guess if we have to choose between my real reasonable conservative plan, these crazies over here that are like the remnants of this new MAGA party, or the leftist dim plan. Well, I guess their plan don't seem so bad. Hey,
Elon is like going to war with conservatives right now, like on Twitter. Like they're like this happens all the time.
Hold on, this is different.
Is he a sheep in wolf's clothing?
This is totally different with Elon. No, Elon has identified as a Democrat. He said, okay, over time, I've moved to the right because the overtime window's moved. And so he's basically a 90s Democrat, which is MAGA. MAGA is a populist movement. Trump and Trump is a 90s Democrat. He's a New York Republican. So, yeah, it's crazy because that's the center right now. And, yeah, I maybe move something over here. But he's still farther left of that, which is the center. Like, it's crazy. You have multiple Democrats in MAGA now, right? That used to be Democrats. Because that's the center. That's where the center is now. And then he's just
the center.
Way down there.
Serious?
I'm
what
sorry.
On
That's what
planet the fuck Earth?
What do you mean?
How? How is he the center?
Bill Clinton would be a Republican
Premier
now.
Katya, very quick. Premier Katya, real quick. Can you name a substantive difference between Bill Clinton's presidency and Donald Trump's presidency in terms of policy?
You can't.
Because I don't know every policy that Bill Clinton was running on. I'm not up to date on his presidency. And
even the personal lives are similar.
Let's go over. So Bill Clinton meant.
That's not a policy position.
No. Don't. Let me get through it, right? So Bill Clinton built more border wall than any other president. He had 2 different operations to secure the southern border. Bill Clinton did NAFTA, and it was and Trump just cleaned it up and modernized the same trade agreement. Bill Clinton signed the assault weapons ban, as well as the very famous, tough on crime bill legislation. And what do we have? We have Donald Trump that wants red flag laws, but also wants tough on crime. In terms of foreign policy, they were both fairly peaceful presidents that engaged for the most part in trying to get treaties and trade agreements. That was their foreign policy focus.
Yeah.
He also was way more for foreign intervention.
You gotta start bomb Belgrade.
Yeah.
No, Trump was way less for foreign intervention. No, what Bill Clinton did in Grenada as well as in Bosnia,
even their economic policies are similar too.
Was more pro-war than what Trump is. Now again, let's look at Wall Street and deregulation. Right, Trump has been for deregulation. Bill Clinton signed the repeal of the Glass-Steagall Act.
Bill Clinton would be
deregulating Wall Street. Every single solitary time you look at a policy section, Bill Clinton and Donald Trump are almost identical in their
presidency.
So if you talk about his stupidest policies,
Bill Clinton worked with Newt Gingrich on welfare reform, like over and over and over again. They're very similar.
Yeah, Katya. So I had the same reaction when I
in degree, no. Similar in like a concept to me.
Let me say this.
Bill Clinton had way more prostitutes than Donald Trump.
I don't know if I would say that. No, I definitely wouldn't say that. But
just because he hung out with Epstein more doesn't mean that.
Okay.
What? I had the same reaction because I had this reaction. I was on this panel, when we talked about this, and I had the same initial reaction. Oh, that doesn't sound right? But that was a knee-jerk reaction, and I'll admit my failings here, right? I had a knee-jerk reaction to that statement, but when I sat and thought about it, why am I defending Bill Clinton? Bill Clinton is all those awful things, right? You call yourself a leftist. If you're a leftist, then you recognize Bill Clinton did all those things. Like literally, the presidency of Obama was reversing all the things that Clinton had done, right?
I'm not saying that he was great. I'm saying that they had the same policies just because they were both bad on things doesn't mean.
Oh, sorry. What would you say? Just because he did the same
if
policies?
They were both bad on something, right? To different degrees, that doesn't mean that they had the same policy, right? I don't think they had the same policy on
listen, I'm not.
Just because he wanted to decrease immigration did not believe that, or didn't mean that he believed about the same thing.
You know that he ran on immigration.
I'm not saying Katya. I'm not saying. Hold on. I'm not saying Katya. I'm not saying they're the same people. Yeah. What I'm saying is when you say it's insane to call Donald Trump a 90s Democrat, I go, well, the 90s Democrat president that we had, policies were very similar to Trump and what he wants, right? You can disagree with 90s Democrat policies and say, I think they're bad. fine, we can discuss those. All I'm saying is it's not insane to think that Donald Trump is
right.
a 90s Democrat.
He's
That's
a New York
fairly more
Republican.
centrist
Some
than what you think.
issues,
Clinton
but
literally
On most
to the
represents.
fact that they would go like that, no. I mean,
Clinton
on so many
literally
issues,
represents a
especially
hard-
social
Trump-
issues, no, I do
don't
not
know.
buy it.
It
No,
depends.
social
it depends on-
issues, he's more
Well,
progressive.
Maybe for
If he's
him,
the
maybe
only
for him
president to be
himself, but
pro-gay
not when he
marriage.
allows
It
people to go.
depends.
Okay,
It's
but
from your
here's the thing.
perspective, though. Hold on. But it's from your perspective here, right? Now, if you are a liberal,
Well, maybe I'm
right?
going-
And you called yourself a leftist, so I went with that. But I don't know, maybe
That's fine.
you are or not, right? That you can define yourself in
Another
a moment,
wolf in
right?
sheep's clothing.
But if you're a liberal, then you're really not going to like this statement. But like the liberal wing of the Democratic Party has shifted right. Like Bill Clinton was a representation of this shift to the right. In a whole list of like the deregulation, for instance, of
that's true.
Wall Street. That's a shift to the right. For welfare reform, right, where he demolished the welfare state, right, and blamed all that. That's a shift to the right. That's Bill
We had a
Clinton.
surplus.
Yeah.
Right, but there's a difference between they shifted to the
How
right
there
and
was
they
a
have the
dot-com
same
boom.
policies. And also, hold your horses. Are we comparing his
Lot of coincidences.
personal beliefs with Donald Trump's personal beliefs versus what they allow in their government
Donald
or
Trump
what they
didn't believe
support
in having
overall?
sex in the Oval Office with an intern.
Thank you. Anyways, so we all love talking about sex and hookers. That's all fun. But I'm talking about the policies.
Look,
we
if you're
support.
going to be
Sex
this
and hookers.
stupid and ill-informed, I have to make fun of you. I can't.
Well, you're not
take
making
someone
fun of me
seriously
or
that comes into
distracting everybody.
the
I haven't been
discussion
able to get my point
so
out because of this.
mentally unarmed. I'm trying to take you seriously, but I can't. You don't even
Really
Mentally
know
great.
armed.
I love talking. Can I speak, please? So I was gonna say, if we talk about what Donald Trump personally supports on social beliefs, yeah, I'd be
Then
more
still
likely to
valid,
buy
bro.
that. But not when we're talking about what he allows, Congress to get passed, or what he, will be like, okay, you guys want that? Sure. Towards what, Republicans support. I will say that that's dissimilar to 90s Democrats. So if we're going on their
So what
personal
is-
beliefs,
Hold on. Well, fuck his personal beliefs. I don't care. It's fine. I'll
okay,
retract
then
my
I
statement
disagree as
that Bill
much
Clinton
as possible.
that Bill Clinton was all about, what was it in the army, the don't ask, don't tell, whereas Trump was, pro gay marriage. Personal beliefs aside, right? Let's set that aside. In terms of the way that they govern, what is a major policy substantive difference between Bill Clinton and Donald Trump that showcases that Donald Trump is not in a similar fashion to 90s Democrats and undoes all of those other examples that I said? Like, give me a big big uppercut. I'll give you time if you need time to look it up. But your claim is that we're ridiculous for even saying that, and then I gave you a bunch of evidence for it. So please give me evidence to the contrary that shows that Donald Trump is governing so much more right wing than a 90s Democrat and is so much more different than, let's say, Bill Clinton's presidency was.
I mean, what's
So-
really crazy is Donald
I can
Trump
give an
even
example.
Donald Trump
Healthcare,
even supported by Bill Clinton
healthcare.
back in the day because he was, guess what, a Democrat at the time.
What's
you.
your healthcare?
Healthcare, go
Healthcare, the
ahead.
things that he actually supported. When we're talking about his healthcare plan of 1993, specifically, this was, something that was
Oh,
definitely far to the, here's the thing. I can't tell you what Donald Trump's healthcare plan is because he still hasn't said it. We're talking about our concepts of
Well,
plans.
we can look at his
So,
actual
who
presidency.
knows? He
right?
could.
We can look at where he negotiated Medicare prices. He negotiated insulin, but Joe Biden took credit for that. He used socialist policies, right, to make Medicare cheaper and to lower prescription drug prices, and then got rid of some provisions of the ACA that the CBO had specifically said were costing a bunch of money. To me, that sounds like a Clinton 90s
What-
Democrat.
That was after he
whole
couldn't repeal
conservative.
it completely. Thank you.
Katja, is your point here that Bill
But the
Clinton
president
along with
can't do
Hillary Clinton, when they first came
Right,
to office, were
Because
going for
Congress voted
they were
against it,
looking
and he
for a
wanted it to happen.
hold on, were they looking for a Medicare for all solution, basically? That they were going to massively expand government health care at the start. But then
Yeah, that was in 93.
They were
By
they were
94, Newt
completely
Gingrich
lost.
took over, and he realized that he had to work with Republicans.
So,
So he was
hold
a
on, but-
president of compromise.
So hold on.
What does that make him
But-
personally more similar to Donald Trump? Because
Hold on, I'm asking.
Well,
is
we
that
already
what
said
you're
we were
referring
getting
to,
rid of
Katja?
personal. You can't bring
Because
in personal when you want to. And
Katja,
different
is that
when
what
you
you're referring to? At least because that's my understanding. I'm not sure if it was in that
Right.
93 bill that you're referring to. Did you hear
yeah,
what I said?
but my big question, yeah, I did. Yeah, I was talking about the, his 93 healthcare plan.
What was the plan then?
I don't know as much about it, but I know that healthcare was one more thing. That was one thing where, here's the thing. I'll have
Well,
a
you were
debate about
probably
this.
for it, so we'll give it that.
Huh?
Well, like I said, I'll give you time. Like,
So,
I get that you were surprised by this, right? Like, this is a thing that I've
No.
talked about
My
before.
problem is your premise.
Here, can I?
Here's the thing.
Listen, I'm
because-
trying to be as nice as I possibly
let me
can, and you're
listen?
making
Prime, can I
it so
say-
difficult.
Prime,
to
can
not
I
just
say
call you a
something? Can I
retard
speak
and
for
be
like
done.
legit
We've all
10
listened-
seconds?
go ahead.
Can I speak
We've
for
all
actual
listened
10
to you.
seconds?
It's okay now. Donald Trump is really a Democrat. He's a conservative Democrat. He's the best that the
let's-
conservatives could
let's-
get. We
let's
would
let-
much rather have a more conservative person. However, Donald Trump is as conservative as we can get into office at this point.
Let's let Katja
Okay.
go.
But he
Katja,
is
That's a good
still
point.
a Democrat.
Let's let
That's
Katja
great.
go.
So- He's a
please.
90s Democrat. He's not a
I mean,
lay
he
out
actually
the
makes a
case.
good point. He actually makes
Yeah,
a good
Oh
point.
my
Yeah,
God,
right,
guys,
right. I
let's
would
let
go
Katja.
moderate.
Can I
Let's let
please?
Katja make her point, please. Go ahead.
Right. So I've never been able to finish the sentence. That's my issue here. Right. So my problem is we're talking about how his positions versus, Donald Trump's positions and how they're so similar. Yet literally you said it yourself, Scott, talking about how, he was more conservative. Yeah. After Republicans were in control of these, House of Congress, after he had to work with Republicans, that has nothing to do with him. That has to do with the material reality of the Congress he was working with, which I feel like has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about, the president's actual policies, and if they're ideologically similar. Like what?
Okay, so for example, the Glass-Steagall Act, which was one of the many examples.
Right.
that
I
gave you of how
disagree
they were
with that.
Hold on. Right. Of course you disagree with that. I know that you disagree with that.
No, I
The argument
disagree
isn't-
with how he got rid of that. I disagree with that.
No, I know that, but the argument isn't, do you like how Bill Clinton governed from 92 or specifically, let's say from 94 onward? The argument is, when you say that it's insane to call Donald Trump a 90s Democrat, and then I say, well, in the 90s, and the Democrat was a president, that would be the closest fucking comparison we can have to a quote 90s Democrat would be the president in the 90s. And when I give you all of the positions of the president in the 90s, they're similar to positions that Donald Trump and the way that he governed. They just happen to be 15 years later, right? I understand that you don't like that Bill Clinton signed the bill that repealed the Glass-Steagall Act. He didn't veto it, okay? He worked with Republicans and got rid of that because he presided over the dot-com boom, and he wanted to get rid of the barriers between the credit reporting agencies and the banks being able to do investment banking as opposed to mortgages and personal banking. He wanted those barriers gone because he wanted to milk the dot-com boom for everything that he could. It's a very similar type of deregulation that Donald Trump puts into his policies. I understand that you dislike it. That's not the argument.
No,
The
I
argument
know
is,
that.
How are they substantively different in the way that they govern? Because you said get rid of the personal. I said, okay.
Well,
get rid
okay,
of
if
the
we're getting
personal.
rid of the...
Let's
No, I
talk
didn't
about
say
the way
get
they
rid of the
govern.
personal. I said tell me which it is. Which do you mean when you're talking about that
I'm
and to
talking
compare
about
I would
apples
say
to
both.
oranges?
I would say
probably
both.
both,
I would say
yeah.
he's more socially progressive as well as more governed in a similar.
I
fashion.
mean more the policies.
Socially,
but both.
Trump was
Probably
more,
still.
without a doubt, more progressive.
That's more
But that's
personal,
just,
yeah.
but that's
I'm
how
gonna let
time
Lactoid
moves.
in. Lactoid wanted to say something a while ago.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can find differences, right? Bill Clinton raised taxes, Donald Trump cut taxes.
Climate.
Donald Trump increased military funding. In fact, Donald Trump increased military funding. Just the increase itself was more. It was more than the entire military budget of the UK. And Clinton cut the military by a pretty significant margin. So there, you can point to some things. I would agree that Bill Clinton definitely is a more right-wing Republican. He definitely was more right-wing Democrat. He definitely was more financially responsible, just in terms of, I guess, how he handled finances. Because, I mean, yeah, it was a rare moment where the overall national debt went down. And it went down somewhat significantly, right? I mean, it was a surplus for a while there during a booming economy. That's hard to do. So, I mean, you can give Bill Clinton some credit, I think, on some of the things that he did. Obviously, not endorsing everything that Bill Clinton did, obviously, but you can find some differences. My question is like, and
Okay, so the reason why I was pushing back against that is because of this idea that, I mean, if these similarities aren't like kind of part of a natural progression of time or whatever, which you did later say, and are like some idea of like, oh wow, the Democrats have gone crazy while Republicans have stayed the same or whatever.
That's not my
Did we
argument
say
at
you
all.
Not what
have
any
like
of
a
us
I'm
said.
completely outside of the. I
Right,
hate the
you
fucking
are.
GOP.
Well, okay,
I
so if you're
hate how-
referencing what
I
I'm
hate
saying,
the GOP.
so okay, well, I'll take this up there because I think she's referring to what I'm saying. I'm saying, okay,
Yes.
yeah, the Overton window has moved so far, right? And you're okay. I'm not talking about overall, but I'm talking specifically, at least in the political talking sphere, even on like cable news networks and here, you put people that are going to represent the more like outspoken, the extremes, and you have of the little subgroups within your big tentpole umbrella, right? Like, so here you have libertarians, you have like different kinds of Republicans, all sorts of stuff. Then you have Dems. Anyway, so when you have Connor, this is what it all comes back to, acting like he's one thing, etc., etc. It's similar, like right here, he's over here pushing for all these views that, okay, yeah, the Overton windows move, but these are like 90s Democrat views, right? Trump is not that far right. He's literally, like you said, like moved forward. So he's right at the center. That's the center, right? That's populism. Populism is what the people, the
The
popular
center
group
moved.
wants. Yeah, the center's moved, and it's moved to the left, and it's okay. This is where Trump was on the left, right? I'll use my knife here, right? Here was where he was. And the Overton window has moved over here, and now Trump's on this side, and he's in the new center. And you say something like that here on Twitch poll, people are like, that's crazy, Lordy, Gibbs, you're insane for saying that. But that's because they're all the little echospheres, and the most right-wing the guy they have is Connor
It's
misrepresenting
Connor.
himself.
No, I won't deny. I
Gibbs,
won't deny that there are
to kinda
similarities, but what I
back it
will
up,
deny
Gibbs.
is calling it the center, right? If the Overton window moves, why is the center the same thing as it was in the
The center has
90s?
moved as well. Gibbs, the
Well,
reality is that Trump has really not changed his rhetoric since he was like in his 30s. You can go back and watch him in interviews, and he says pretty much the
Watch him
same
on
thing.
Oprah. Like,
Yeah,
watch him on Oprah
Oprah.
when the left loved him, right? And in 2015 when the View brought him on, the same View that hates him said, introduced him as my good friend Donald Trump running for president. Right? They all, like in 2015 and before, they all loved Donald Trump and said that like he was a great businessman. And what did he mostly talk about on Oprah? He said, she asked him if he would ever consider running for president. He said, I don't think that I will right now, but like but if I keep seeing our country getting ripped off by China, like this is going to be like an
Scott.
economic problem.
Scott, you can
for us.
also understand like a class solidarity, right? Two billionaires talking to each other. So I'm like, oh, my great friend here, Donald Trump, right? He's such a good guy. Yeah, because she's in the billionaire club. There are a level of class solidarity. That doesn't necessarily mean that represents the left. I agree with you in that and his portrayal was much
Yeah,
different.
no, I agree. I think the same thing happened with Elon Musk, right? Like, if so long as you don't tug on people, like so long as you don't rock the boat too much, so long as you have like center left, like neoliberal views, that's what most of the billionaire class is. Center left neoliberal views. And if you rock the boat, we saw this with like actors and actresses that came out hard for Palestine, right? Immediately they were ejected. And we saw the same thing happen to people like Elon Musk, where, he got behind the Trump train, he got behind MAGA, and he bought Twitter and was like, fuck this, we need free speech. You guys are getting crazy. And now the same people, like you can even just like, you can look at like Neil deGrasse Tyson, for example, is a great example where like before Elon Musk buys Twitter or like starts talking about politics, oh, he's this great visionary. He's going to get us to Mars. This is so amazing. No one can do what he did. He's so much better than NASA. And then all of a sudden he falls out of love with like the political elite. And now he goes on Bill Maher and he's like, oh, what's the point? There's no return on investment. This is so silly. Elon Musk is a man child. Like he does everything he can to like shit on him. Like I absolutely
Wait, are there any clips of
solidarity?
Tyson praising Musk?
Yes, absolutely.
Can you? I don't know. Can you link some to me in terms of like
Yeah, I'll see if I
especially when it
can-
comes to
Years
the
ago,
safety
I
origin.
buy
Yeah,
that.
I'll mute
Sure.
myself.
I'm a huge
but
fan of
there's
Tyson,
absolutely.
but
Go ahead, Grid. Were you going to say something? And then Katja?
No, I was just pretty much agreeing with Gibbs, and basically, if you look back, I mean way back into the late '80s, Trump's positions on things haven't changed. He's the same guy he has been. Now maybe he's a little more. He uses more rhetoric now, but I'm not going to hold that against him.
I do want to say one thing, right? Like, referencing what Lagtwood was brought up previously, right? Like, things change when you're a political agent, right? Like, you can, like, or, for instance, my friend Gibbs here. I love my friend Gibbs. I think Gibbs is great, right? But at the same time, we disagree vehemently on a whole list of things, right? But that's okay because, neither of us have any power, right? But if Gibbs is running for office, right, then like it changes my calculations because then Gibbs is going to put like his ideology into action, and now I've got an issue, right? So like, yes, I will introduce you, and I totally Gibbs. I like Gibbs. I like him a lot. He's a lot of fun, right? But like, if he's in office, he's a danger, right? And maybe like, Lactoid and Scott and all that, right, would say the same thing about me if I was in office. Like, hey, he's a danger, like, because my politics, right? And if I have a chance to put him in action, well, then you're not going to like that, right? And then it just like, we have to approach this person differently. And so Trump is a lot of fun because Trump, I imagine, actually is a lot of fun.
Very quick.
Personally,
I apologize
otherwise,
that this is a fucking Rubin report short, but I'm in the middle of a fucking debate, so that's what I've found very quickly. But it's just There you go. I'm gonna put it in there. It's just the video of him.
Okay, well, anyway, but that changes the calculation.
Yeah, no, I get that, Kays, and do you say Kays or Kai? How do you say that?
Well, it's Prime Kai. But
okay,
just call me
gotcha.
Prime. Just call me Prime.
Okay, Prime. All right, cool. So like, I get that, and I've actually been in that situation where one of my friends became an elected official, and he didn't do anything that I thought he would do. Like he went absolutely the opposite direction. Now, some of that was he had better information than I did about what needed to happen, and he made it happen. But that was irrelevant. But one of the things I think is an issue, Prime, is that it used to be, and I remember because I was young and I watched my grandfather and his friends, you could have a meeting of Democrats and Republicans and could sit around and talk politics without it coming to blows and without them cursing each other and driving off with squealing tires. And now I don't believe that you can do that.
The best data that we have shows that the right shifted to the right ever so slightly, and the left shifted into two distinct groups to a bigger degree, right?
Yes.
So what it actually looks like when we do like polling data is that the right coalesced and shifted slightly to the right, and then the left, the neoliberal left, right, kind of shifted slightly to the left, and then another group of disaffected liberals and left people shifted way to the left. And so the left has like two of these groups. And I think with Twitter and things like that, I think we're starting to see the exact same thing happen on the right. Right, like there is a significant portion. I don't know what percentage. Is it 0.5%? Is it 5%? I don't know. But I think the catalyst was likely Israel-Palestine. But there's certainly a distinct group on the right that are like, the Jews run everything, like fucking, like, we need fascism to save America, right? And I do think that is a smaller group on the right than the radical left is on the left, but that might just be because the left got there first, right? Like, because I don't see like that faction of the right, like, just magically dying off right now. It seems like it's becoming more and more powerful. I mean, like today even, I logged onto Twitter, right? I saw some woman and she's like I don't know what she does. I didn't research her. She looks like a white girl who's famous for being a rich white girl. I don't know, like an IG girl or something. And she shared a photo, and it was like a picture of her and her friends smiling, being like, when the Uber driver says they're gonna be here. And then it was a picture of her and her girlfriend having like really ugly faces, and it was like, when you find out it's an Indian man. And I read that, and I was like, you know, I commented, I was like, you know, it's weird to me that I'm still kind of offended by racism, by the amount of wild shit that I say, and like how much I say things that like people don't. But like I saw that, and like the only thing I could think was like the narcissism involved, and like the need to capitalize on like the H-1B visa, that drama that's going around, so that you can get likes and entertainment, and like the blatant comments from everyone just talking about how, oh, Indians love to throw shit at each other, and they stink, and their food's horrible, and they're horrible people. And I'm just like, I'm imagining like a 15-year-old, 16-year-old, like second generation Indian boy in high school, who opens up X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it, sees that and is like, yeah, this is what American women think of me. This is what American people think of me. They see my skin color, they see my name, and the first thing they think is that I'm disgusting, that I'm going to harass them, that that my food is horrible. And like, and that sucks, right? And then like, and I said at the end, so keep your chin up, bro, and get a degree in engineering, and you can laugh all the way to the bank while you're quote unquote stealing another American job. but you know what I mean? Like that faction of the right is becoming palatable to mainstream discourse. Like 5 years ago, you could not just be like, Pajits stink and they're gross and I hate them. And people would be like, what the fuck did you just say? And now there's a significant portion of people that are like, well, the Pajits are a problem. And it's like, whoa, like what the fuck, man?
Yeah, it's funny. I was talking to a Canadian like yesterday. Not yesterday, like 3 days ago, who was making these kind of arguments, right? And like referencing like old, like 10-year-old graphs about like India's like sanitation crisis, right? Like 10 years ago, that like many people didn't even have access to like plumbing, and they've done a lot in the last 10 years to try to rectify that. But even so, it's an issue, right? But this Canadian guy who considers himself a leftist was making arguments about Indians being totally like incompatible, the culture's incompatible, they're going to come here, they're going to shit all over the beaches and the streets, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Shit that I've heard from like white nationalists for years. It was very, very strange to hear that from somebody who considers himself like a lefty Canadian.
Yeah, I agree with that, Doobie. I've like anecdotally, I gotta say, I really have noticed. It seems that everybody there's more racism. It's more like from every side. Like, and then it's even like different crackpot like conspiracy theory groups on left, right that like are incompatible. Like I saw the other day on my Facebook, we had a conservative like anti-vaxxer and like a flat earther arguing with like some lefty like UFO like bullshit. They were both like, the only thing they could agree on is they hated Indians, and Jews ran everything. It was crazy. I'm just like, where's like this, like how is this seeped into like every culture somehow recently on like all the time? I don't understand.
And kind of to speak that a little bit, like I've spoken to a lot of lefties who are like Israel supporters, right? Who will make arguments that I've heard from fucking right-wingers for years since refugee crisis about how Muslims are incompatible with white culture, and you can't have too many of them here because they're going to try to impose Sharia law. All these things that I've heard from like actual white nationalists coming from leftists because they support Israel, because they buy this idea that the Arabs are like inherently violent because they're Muslims or whatever the fuck. Like it's so I don't know if I'd call that like an Overton window switch, but it's definitely like something about like the rhetoric and it's the problem with this concept of the Overton window, right? Like we have this weird like I get the idea that there's like a level of acceptable discourse and that shifts left and right, etc., right? But our concepts of left and right are very very malleable, we'll say surface level, right? Like our like when you ask people to define left wing, you can kind of do it philosophically, but when you ask people to define right wing, it's very difficult for them, and it's even difficult for me. My best example would be the Distributist did a video a few years ago, and it's like the 9 core principles of right wing, and it's like an hour and 20-minute video, and it's really good. You should all watch it, even if you're a lefty, to like understand what. Yeah, I'll put it in the chat in a minute. But like, it's that problem, because
what I think you're seeing with the rise of Trump is not necessarily, and the rise of like populism, both on the left and the right. Like, why did Bernie Bros switch to Trump? It makes no fucking sense. But it does actually. If you stop looking at things from, if you stop looking at it from a left and right wing perspective. And so what happens is our society and our government has ridden on the coattails of the industrial powerhouse that America was following World War II and the baby boomers. And we have completely destroyed our manufacturing. We have become a service economy. We have become a global enforcer of Western hegemonic economic power, except we're starting to have problems with the Belt and Road Initiative. We're starting to have problems with, the 2025 goals of Saudi Arabia, right? Like, we're starting to kind of lose that game, and we've been really dumb about the wars we've chosen to get into. And we had the same thing with Ukraine. I mean, why was there a 2014 revolution over there? Why? Because fucking Ukraine is an interest to Western, Western capitalist interests because of their natural resources and natural gas. And we could not fucking have Russian influence there. So we had to fucking, use the National Endowment for Democracy and use different CIA groups to fucking fund different political fomentation and have a fucking coup. It's not our coup, but it's a coup nevertheless that supports our interests that we backed. And so what I think is actually happening is kind of like, well, what is populism? And populism at its core is a general outrage amongst the people that those in power, those that are the elites, those that are, whatever name you give them, are people that are not representing our interests. And so it's not really a fully fledged out political philosophy that is, right wing or left wing. It's an anti-establishment, anti-status quo philosophy. And so we're seeing kind of destruction on the left and the right because of a general dissatisfaction with, from the left, it's, the Gini coefficient, income inequality, it's the loss of jobs. It's, the opioid epidemic in, places that used to be coal towns. It's, it's the energy crisis. It's, it's inflation, right? Like, from different multiple domains, we are a country, we are an empire that is in a slow decline. And what we are seeing is a backlash against that. And the political establishment of the left and the right, the Democrats and the GOP, are having to come with some sort of reckoning. And Trump is the first strong wave of that reckoning. And it just so happens to come from the right. But it just as easily could have come from the left.
I really agree. I really love that.
Yeah,
analysis
and
there.
Bernie's example too.
I think that was really. I see you, Katja. I think that was really poignant, and something that people have just been missing. I also want to say quickly is that, I think the concept of the Overton window is useful, but like, at some point the metaphor flattens like the discussion, right? Like yes, there are shifts, but like, there are shifts on multiple axes, which is something Scott was getting to, right? Then there are times that people are more establishment and more anti-establishment, right?
The Overton window example only works when the society and the government are stable, right? When the situation is stable, it shifts one way or the other because everybody is like, oh, the Democrats won this time, whatever. The Republicans will go back to the drawing board and we'll figure it out next time. But when shit gets unstable, when people get too displeased, they don't look to move closer to the center so that they can win and like move and play this tug of war game anymore. People start getting ready to go, no, fucking abolish the FBI. No, get rid of this. They start to say, fuck the system.
I agree with you there as well.
Mm-hmm.
But also I just wanted to say that like, there are different windows, right? So like, we were talking about economically and socially, right? And when you could look at it from a different perspective of like the people versus the government.
Yeah, I mean, like,
right?
look at
the
Luigi and like
right?
people
like,
on the right supporting him. Like that's not something that would never happen 10 years ago.
Right.
But so like there is a view of like how far like the right has shifted among like the the proletariat, the voters, right? But then that might be a different calculation where you're looking at politicians or elites, right? Meaning like the billionaire class, like the conservative leading billionaire class. How far have they shifted? I think like when we talk about the Overton window, we just say the Overton window as if there's only one thing, right, that the country can shift on politically. It flattens the conversations, and we miss like important details. But Katja.
Right, which I mean, I agree with you there, which is also why I feel like the whole, I guess, thing we were talking about previously, but for example, like Bill Clinton, isn't something that in a lot of ways is definable, because I think a big problem with that little discussion we had is because it was like a lot of apples to oranges situations. Like, you know, it would be comparing a broad idea like border security when people are different on the specifics of that, like completely. We were talking on different standards about like more populist policy compared to like, you know, more establishment policy, and what's right or left there when it's not as easily definable. When we're talking about like, wait, you know, so if you're talking about these views versus the views of the party, but then somebody's diverging from the party in a way that wasn't happening then, like these things are not as easy.
No, it's the exact opposite. It's the exact opposite. You have to recognize the reality that Donald Trump is so similar to Bill Clinton in policy positions, so that you can understand what the fuck is going on. Stop. I gave you like 10 examples.
No. I mean, how is that when he's supposed to be like the populist leader of the populist
they want to go
movement?
back.
Yeah, Bill Clinton's...
No, right, but like I'm not saying that Bill Clinton was populist. What I'm saying is you have to look at the descriptive and go, well, why is it that I'm looking at Donald Trump and I am like, dude, this dude's crazy. And the way he's governing is crazy. And the things he's saying are crazy. But then when I look at the policies, they're similar to Bill Clinton. And that's when you begin to peel back and realize, right, that Donald Trump is a populist that is trying, that there are two different things going on. Like two things can be true at the same time. Like Prime Kai said, there's two different Overton windows going on here. You're seeing the craziness. You're seeing rhetoric like you've never heard from a politician before in 100 years in America, right? You're seeing a president that is saying things that are like we used to have presidents that gave canned speeches that speech writers wrote in a room and then speech tested those speeches. And now you have a dude just going out on the campaign trail, shaking his arms around, making fun of retards and like just saying wild shit. And you're like, how does that match with Bill Clinton? And I'm saying
No.
that doesn't. And that is covering our ability to be able to adequately perceive the actual policy positions, because it's overshadowing one over the other. So you have to recognize that they're very similar in that regard.
Right, I'm going to say that maybe here's the thing about the policies, right? There are policies of theirs, like you mentioned, stuff like military or like border security or whatever, where you could go like, oh, in this direction, you know, they're similar because they both supported something changing in the same direction, or they both pointed out the same problem. When one is like, oh, we need to tighten up our border a little bit, but then the other's like, we need mass deportation. There's like a bit of a difference here, right? Even though both are saying border security is an issue, like the solution, right?
The context
the
of the
policy
current
is
situation
very
is
different.
The policy as Trump governed, right, is very similar to Bill Clinton. Now, the rhetoric of what Trump is saying is radically different than how both of them governed. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you have to recognize that there is contradiction between the way that he speaks and the way that the culture that he is in, and the way that the landscape has changed in terms of political rhetoric and the feeling that people have and the ways that they need to be appealed to the way, right, that's one side, to the way that he actually governed. And that contradiction is where all of the truth lies.
I'm confused because when you ask conservatives, a lot of times...
I know you're
want to let
confused,
some other
honey.
people in.
Thank you. You'd understand if I could finish with one thing. Okay.
I do want to, because I want to move past this. I do want to, and I want to...
no, that was in relation to your last statement.
So I do want to move past. So Grid, I'll make your point, and then I want to move on.
All right. Yeah, that's great. Yeah. First of all, I want to congratulate Gibbs on wearing a real shirt tonight. There's no flower print. There's not a Hawaiian shirt.
You don't like my Boogaloo Gill?
What's wrong with those shirts? Lactoid wears them all the time.
See, he doesn't know. See, I thought, you know what? Now I know he's a socialist. Those are the official outfit of the Boogaloo Boys. Come on, you know what I'm saying?
True.
And second, I actually haven't seen very much of the anti-Indian stuff yet, but it could just be I just don't go to those parts of the internet very often. But I got to tell you, some of my favorite people as a angry white man, some of my favorite people are the Sikh. I love those guys. They are just amazing human beings as a
Why?
culture. Why?
Yeah.
Strong Christian beliefs, strong family beliefs. They will cut your throat if you fuck with them. I like all of that.
Strong Christian beliefs? You mean like values that match Christian values?
Yeah, Christian values, yeah.
Okay.
Well, Sikh also similarly believe and often state that they're worshiping the same God as the Christians.
Right.
So
yeah.
the Sikh are not like they're not like Hare Krishna, right? Like they're worshiping one God, and that one God is represented in those values of like duty and obligations. And so I think the main thing people don't understand about India, right? Because Americans don't know fuck all about anything, is that like India is like 100 different fucking languages. Like there are so many different cultures in that country that like you can take videos of like some fucking festival where they're flinging cow shit and be like, oh my god, this is what Indians are. And it's like, no dude, that's like 2 villages. Like you don't understand that like India is like one of the most diverse places in the entire world. They just all have the same skin color, so fucking retards can't figure out.
They don't even have no. That's not even.
Yeah, don't tell them they have the same skin color.
Yeah,
I know they get all fucking up in arms about it. You want to meet?
I don't know.
real racists,
I think that
every
every Sikh I've known has been a honorable, trustworthy human being, and that's what I value in human beings.
yeah.
Cool.
But
So,
but there is like a massive like there are Indians who are like not quite as light as our friend Scott here, but like getting in that direction, and then ones that are way darker than me. Like it's a massive divergence there. In that country.
Just watch Bollywood films, and the evil guy is always super dark. It's
Always.
like it's
True.
you can never you can like
There's
I
colorism
can't
there.
watch Bollywood sometimes,
That's racist.
and the same thing is true with like Korean TV shows or movies that are like horror or something, because it's like when you're watching a Korean show and it's like, and then there's this Japanese guy, you're like, well, I know who the murderer is, like it's gonna be the Japanese guy. And it's the same thing with like Indian Bollywood films. It's like as soon as there's a really dark guy, you're like, oh, that's the bad guy.
What's interesting about India is that it was colonized so heavily by the British, and we always give those guys a pass on that, right? Like they basically conquered the world and slaughtered, enslaved, and basically committed genocide of multiple cultures in India alone.
I assure
And
you,
we
leftists
never
don't
really
give
talk
them...
about that.
Wait, hold
about
on.
the
True, we
Maybe
should.
on the right,
You should
but on the
hold on.
left, we talk about this a lot.
You should read Dinesh D'Souza's 3 Cheers for Colonialism.
Oh,
An
I
interesting
have-
take on that.
I want to
Yeah.
take a look. That sounds interesting. But because the guy's insane. But yeah, on the left, we discuss British imperialism. That's the thing that we do on our circles. That's the thing we discuss. Yeah.
Can I finish my one sentence? Because
Sure,
like
go
the
ahead.
last time I got cut off, I looked really stupid, but I was gonna make kind of a non-shit point. I was just gonna say that when we talk about what Trump actually did in office and how it's similar to other, other presidencies and the like, in another discussion or in other situations, Republicans or Trump supporters usually explain that by saying that he was hampered by the deep state and the system, and that's why he couldn't get it done. Not because he was a mad-rat that didn't want to get it done.
That's not you could say that, but like the problem with that is like, let's look at like the programs that he pushed that he got done because that he wanted to do, right? So you can make that argument about like programs that he couldn't do, but like you could talk about, let's say for example, he pushed massive funding increase, the biggest funding increase ever for historically black colleges and universities, HBCUs, right? You can talk about his opportunity zones where he specifically gave tax breaks to businesses to go into low socioeconomic status black communities. You could talk about Medicare, things that, Medicare reform that he did in terms of negotiating drug prices. Like there are a lot of positive things that he did that are things that like Democrats would usually support, not Republicans.
Sure, I'm just saying that there's only, usually only so much people can do in one direction or the other, and that doesn't always inform like their personal, or not even just personal, but like what they want to happen, because that's why we have so many checks and balances, because everybody's
Well,
like,
yeah,
there's
but all
like
those
betters.
all of those things are like things that Democrats would normally support that he wanted to do because he's a 90s.
Who cares what their
Sure.
personal
Well, I
beliefs
mean,
are? We
Trump
care
has
about
even
like
said
what their
this,
He
political
though, like-
wanted
actions
to
are.
support some things.
I mean, he said this though in the '90s. Like he said,
How
he
could
was
you
like,
do
he
it and
like
not want
he like
to?
campaigned. Like I don't know if he campaigned, but he was seen with the Clintons. He like backed the Clintons. Like he was a New York Democrat.
Yeah.
He was like New York Republican. Like he's like always been like very close to this like these views. And like I don't know. It's crazy that you're
I
like
can't
fighting
tell
so
Conti
hard.
if you just want to.
I don't know
win
why you're
and,
fighting
and
so
you're
hard
doing
on
a
this,
bad job, or you just don't realize how much you hate 90s
Even their
Democrats.
language. I was just
And
reading
think it's the
Clinton's
latter.
inaugural address.
I think maybe you just
Well,
hate 90s
No, my
Democrats.
issue with
Hold
the
on,
framing.
hold on.
I don't.
About the
It's
deep
not
state
that I'm
comments is
defending
that
90s.
It's a cherry picking issue, right? People that when they start talking about, well, he couldn't get it done he couldn't get it done because of the deep state. Well, there are things that he couldn't get done, like he wanted to pull the troops out, and he was
Syria, right? And
overruled
then the
on
deep
that.
state stopped him, and no one went to
Right,
jail.
and
despite
that's
the
a
fact
true
that they
thing,
went against
and
his
that would have been a
orders.
great thing for our country, but it didn't
Well,
happen,
well-
not because he didn't want to, but because
He's also the first president since Dwight D. Eisenhower to say, and he's the only one to say it when he wasn't a lame duck and wasn't getting out of office, that there is a military-industrial complex that holds him accountable, and that he is that you have to be afraid of when you're president.
Well-
No one else says that shit.
Well, just
But
a
my
few other
issue
little.
is just
Hold
the
on.
different ways
Let me
people
get
talk
No,
about the
your
rhetoric
issue
is my
is
problem.
your issue is that you don't have a deep understanding of reality.
Well, hold on. If you even look at
Sorry?
the Clintons, hold on. I'm getting in here real quick. If you even look at the rhetoric, like Clinton, one of his big slogans was what? Renewal. What does that sound like? We're gonna renew America. Man, I don't know where I've heard that before. Maybe make America great again. Renew America. Those are big, similar things. Like he gave this in his inaugural
Another
address.
similar slogan, Reagan's slogan, which was "Make America Great."
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's all these things. It's crazy
Also,
that you're
Clinton-
fighting so hard
Clinton's-
against like this
Clinton fought on hope
comparison.
and change. Clinton
Yeah.
fought on hope and change.
I don't know,
and so,
like, there's
they
a lot
all
of-
copy each other.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my
meaningless
issue
slogans.
is
Can
how
we
a lot of
move
these
past-
things are being weighted incorrectly, or
I
they're
don't care
being
anymore. Let's move past
applied
this.
incorrectly.
I
That
don't
was
care
my
anymore.
issue.
Let's,
only you.
no,
Let it go. You got
Excuse me?
defeated like 15 times.
Hey, guys. Let's
Yeah, that's great. Okay,
let's-
maybe I want that. Excuse me.
let's knock it off. All right, we've got it. All right, moving on.
Sorry, Reagan's slogan was "Make America Great Again."
Okay.
Mhm.
Great.
Okay.
So he copied Trump.
Okay. So, yes, indeed, Corey. All right. So, moving on. I wanted to actually get the main topic started off earlier. As I understand, we have some long intros that we're going for. So I just kind of wanted to jump in on that. Before then, just quickly indulge me, right? Doobie, you there?
Yeah.
Have you been watching the show called Silo?
Silo, no, I haven't.
It's a great show. I'm guessing no one reacted, so I'm guessing no one is watching it. It's on.
Never heard of it.
It makes sense because it's on Apple TV. But it's I don't.
Only losers watch that.
Exactly right.
Some of
and
us sail the 7 seas. So.
some of us do, right? Not Prime. Prime would never, right? But sometimes the booty of the seven seas end up on his computer magically. I don't know how that might have happened, but
And what's it about?
oh, it's a fantastic show. So it's about the last 10,000 people in the world. They exist in this silo, kind of like a missile silo, right? So it's like a big vertical living structure. And they're trapped in there, and they don't know like what's happened outside. They know something bad has happened outside, right? And they can't go outside. And they're like just trying to like survive within this silo thing.
Oh, it's Wally. Got it.
And it has
Probably not as cute.
I haven't seen Wally, so I actually don't know.
You haven't seen Wally?
Joking.
It's a great movie.
Wally was a
fuck?
great movie.
I've
Yeah,
heard,
Wally's
I've heard
really
good things.
good.
I just haven't. I have Disney Plus, so I should take a look. But in any case, yeah. So they're trying to survive. There's some fascinating mysteries. It's really good. It's based off a book, and I've been like following this thing. It's great. So So I wanted to know if you're watching it. You're not. So I would recommend
I
all
will
of you.
100% check it out.
Yes, so amazing. Corey too. I recommend all of you. Silo.
Yeah,
it's-
well, so I looked up the Wikipedia page. It looks interesting based on what you described. So I'm curious, because I don't know this series, but I've heard of it. Is it because it seems to be similar to like the 100, like a post-apocalyptic Last Survivors? But I never watched the 100.
The
so I don't
100 was
actually know.
interesting too. I saw like the first 5 episodes or so before I fell off. But no,
But
I
it
didn't follow
sounds like
because
a
it was boring.
similar
It was really interesting actually.
I did watch more of the 100 actually than that. I didn't finish the series, but I was like in the second or third season of it. I don't know. And is it like the 100? To a certain extent, it's more similar to, like, you know, in the 100 there were the people in the space station, right? It was closer to like that dynamic was happening in there rather than what was happening on Earth.
Okay.
Yeah. So check that out. I've been like glued to this. I've been like trying to not binge it, right? So okay, and it's a little bit. So the first season is done, right? That was a year ago, and now currently they're on their second season. So it continued, and it was like Apple's biggest like drama, right? Like it exploded in terms of its popularity. So it's almost certainly going to get a third season, which would complete it. Like it finished the first book. I guess the second season is going to do the second book, and then yeah, I just finished the first season today.
Yeah, check it out.
Amazing. All right. Okay, so we can move on. Hey everyone, thanks so much, and also you guys, audience members, you should watch the Silo as well, in case you haven't already. But we're gonna move on. If you've enjoyed this conversation so far, consider supporting the channel. Support the channel, subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. If you are out there and you know, this has been a fun conversation so far. We've like gone all over the place as we always do in our free topic. So help us out so I can, you know, continue to provide this for you. You'll get after viewing and you'll get access to our emotes. So thank you for those who do. We're gonna move on to our main topic. I didn't do intros, but like you guys can, if you want to intro yourself, you know, while you're in your opening statement, go ahead. So, the topic is, in recent years, Mississippi, along with a few other states, has been prosecuting women for using drugs while pregnant. Babies are testing positive for illegal drugs at birth. The crimes that women have been charged with changes based on the jurisdiction, but child abuse is commonly used. The purpose of doing this is also different depending on the prosecutor. Maybe just to scare these women onto the right path of the drug treatment program and no jail time, or it may be simple punishment. Do you think that a woman using drugs while pregnant is child abuse? Even if you think it's harmful and irresponsible, should the state step in to intercede? If you think these women need intervention, do you think the threat of jail time is the best path? What other options might we take? At the same time, these drug tests have come back positive for drugs that the hospital themselves administered. Is a certain level of these false reports acceptable to keep this system going and possibly protect children? So yeah, I ran into the story Thursday or something last week, and I ended up reading a bunch of articles about this. And this has been going for quite a while, right? There's an archive of these articles talking about women being prosecuted, like having child services come, like their children are taken away from them, and to get them back, they have to go through some drug treatment program, or maybe just like straight up jail time. Some of them have been like just locked away. Some of them are like, there's at least one that was serving a 20-year sentence. I believe this is in Mississippi. And you know, just for doing it while pregnant. Now, there's always a talk about, you know, protecting children, right? And like irresponsible parents and how we should punish them. I think this is interesting because, you know, it's happening while they're still growing inside of them. I'm hoping we can have a conversation that doesn't like break cleanly off between like left and the right. Because I think this this straddles an interesting gray zone for both sides. So I'm hoping for a wider conversation there. So we'll start with our friend Lactoid.
Yeah. So when my mom was pregnant with me, she was trying to get pregnant with me. She stopped drinking all alcohol and all drugs, any sort of drugs, alcohol, anything whatsoever, were cut off entirely. And she made my dad stop smoking. And the reason is because she wanted me to have the most advantage possible, and to not be harmed when I was in a position where I couldn't advocate for myself, where I couldn't defend myself. And for that, I will be forever grateful. And I think that there are a few things that make me mad, but like when I see like child abuse, in this case, a pregnant woman drinking or doing drugs or smoking or anything along those lines, especially if they try to defend it with horseshit excuses, it actually does make me very upset. And it sort of, because again, here is somebody who you're destroying, like you are putting them at such a disadvantage because of really raw selfishness and a refusal to make a relatively minimal sacrifice. It's good for you as well, by the way, in order to protect, again, somebody who can't advocate for themselves, that can't defend themselves, and can't protect themselves. When you're that small, you are reliant on your mother to protect you. And if she abuses that, and if she abuses you, yeah, absolutely, the police should be involved and the state should be involved. I think that's one of the few functions of the state, which is to protect children. And how I would deal with that, I'd be okay with jail time being on the menu. I'd be okay with other punishments being on the menu. When it comes to dealing with that, I mean, there needs to be some kind of stick here to prevent that from happening. Now, in terms of the hospital administers some kind of drug and then they're getting in trouble for it, I mean, that obviously we got to be careful about that. That can't be maybe greater scrutiny when it comes to those kind of situations. I agree that those kind of false punishments would be upsetting and those would be bad and they would cause a lot of disruption. But on the general concept of do you get to legislate against this behavior? Absolutely, and I think we should.
I forgot to expand on that last part, so I'll just do that very quickly before I go to Scott. Just that so the audience understands. Yeah, like during like maybe so the pregnant mother will come to the hospital like to get for labor, and maybe we'll get some like drugs or some opiate or something to deal with the pain, right? And then they drug test the mother or like the baby, right? Like there's tests for this, and they'll find it, and then like, oh, you're a drug user, right? And like I've never taken drugs before. Like no, we've got proof of this, and then they'll call CPS. They'll put them through the same rigmarole they do for those who've been doing it for a long time, So this is a thing that's happened. There are many cases of this happening. That's just like part of the system. So in case people are maybe a little bit confused about that, go ahead, Scott.
Okay, so I have a lot of different feelings about this. So first and foremost, right, from a legal, philosophical position, anything that you do that permanently damages the development of a child, and you can prove with some reasonable degree of certainty, right? Obviously, we lack perfect knowledge, but if you can show that there is permanent damage to the development of a child, that this is the highest form of aggression, and you lose the rights as guardian, you should not be able to keep your child. You should not be able to maintain, being a mother if you're, let's say, if your baby is born with, let's say, fetal alcohol syndrome or something of that regard. But again, the standard for that is permanent damage in the developmental process. And I think, one of the problems of understanding that is like, well, if you don't have a strict standard such as permanent damage, and you just say, oh, well, you were doing drugs. Well, are we going to prosecute women for not having a healthy diet? Because if you have an unhealthy diet, if you're eating McDonald's, you're permanently you're doing some harm to the development of your child, right? If you're eating high processed, diet, for example, you're doing some harm to the child there, right? So there is kind of a weird line that we have to draw about what is normative and what isn't normative. And so smoking cigarettes while you're having sex and then finding out you're pregnant and quitting, right? Well, that can, most of the damage that's done from cigarettes and alcohol is not, in the second or third trimester. It's usually in the first trimester, right? And it's very often when you don't know that you're pregnant is when most of the damage is done to those children. And so this is probably going to be my most extreme position here, which is I don't care if you don't know that you're pregnant. If you're letting dudes nut in you and then you're smoking cigarettes and drinking alcohol and doing drugs, I don't care that you don't know that you're pregnant, because at the end of the day, if you permanently damage the child, like that's on you, and your ignorance is not an excuse, because you know that you could potentially bring life into this world and that your body was poisonous to that life. The state, as always, is doing a horrific job of punishing this and going after this. I mean, having CPS people with no knowledge of what's going on, automatically reporting women for getting, morphine or getting an epidural, and then that being in the baby's meconium, and then, investigating them. I mean, those first few weeks of skin-to-skin contact with the mother and with the father are incredibly important. Stress has an extreme degree of influence on milk production, right? This can be the difference between having to forcibly put your baby on formula because you can't produce or you can't get a baby to latch. This can have severe psychological effects. This can increase postpartum depression to a supreme degree. We need to be very, very careful about who we go after, and not just, oh, well, you test positive, so we're going after you. We need to see, again, permanent harm. If we don't see any permanent harm, then we need to fuck off. And the reason we need to fuck off is that the cure is worse than the disease at that point. Again, the woman has a right to her body and what she puts in it. But again, when another baby is in there, that's no longer just her body. She is doing something and feeding that body. I do want to say something else, which I think is a bit of I think important to this discussion, but maybe not part of the topic, which is the over-medicalization and the kind of like male dominance in terms of the structure of hospitalization, pregnancy, and birthing. Like, luckily, because so many women are getting into the medical field, this is starting to slowly go away. But many of these problems are caused by, a structure that was created by male doctors, as opposed to midwives, as opposed to women that were, in charge of this process for centuries. And it has, like, the overusage of epidurals is one of the big reasons that we have so many C-sections. And it's why we have so many of these drugs. It's why we have so many of these cases, is because we have, part of it is women waiting to have children, poor family planning, having children in your 30s, et cetera. But we need more midwives. We need more doulas. We need more laughing gas as opposed to epidurals. We need more natural pregnancies. We need more water births. We need more positioning, where, people can sit when they give birth, as opposed to being laid up in a bed with 17 people around you and your legs paralyzed. And then lastly, just, to point out, because it wasn't mentioned, and I think it's an important part if people didn't go all the way through it, right? Like, we need to be doing meconium testing more than anything, and we need to be doing pre-screening. But obviously, with a lot of pregnancies, you don't get pre-screening. Like, people come in and then they immediate, it's an emergency, or they're already dilated. We need to get an IV in them immediately. I mean, in those situations, you don't have good data. And if you don't have good data, again, the state needs to fuck off. I'm not against the state going after, cracked out, women that are giving birth to crack babies, right? But I am against the state, having a bunch of ignorant social workers disrupt women's lives and make this already over-medicalized, stressful process worse. And I think it's a travesty of those. So those are my main points.
Thank you, Corey.
Well, I'll try to keep it brief, but I agree with the overall sentiment that I guess Scott alluded to in terms of, it's complicated, at least to me. To me, a lot of it boils down to, sort of as the articles that you sent alluded to, of like personhood, because one of the issues was like, well, this law enforcement took matters largely into their own hands, so to speak, because like, yeah, they saw the fetus as a person, as opposed to whatever the state in that state didn't recognize it. And so in the ultimately, I don't think prison is the right answer. Maybe in the most extreme circumstances, but as of yet, I can't think of a circumstance yet that I would advocate for that, where I think there's largely a medical problem, and I would focus hopefully on like treatment and rehabilitation, and maybe at most forced rehabilitation, whatever that might look like. And I think it depends on, in my mind, when the drug has been either taken or administered. Because if it's administered in the first week of pregnancy, I don't really care. If it's administered in the first even trimester, I also don't care either. Probably somewhere after in this mid to second trimester, then I would start caring. And then I would think about, there's actual harm being done to a potential person or person. But ultimately, I don't think jail is the right answer. And just to keep it brief, I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Gibbs, who promised not to be brief. So, there we go.
Pull my thing up here.
I was actually making room for Gibbs.
I appreciate it, Corey. Damn it.
Waiting on this all week.
I might have lost a few games last night before I wrote this. So, all right. Thanks, Prime, for having me. I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me everywhere as Admiral Gibbs. I'm here to defend America from the dangers of leftism and attempt to usher in a new golden era of prosperity in the American empire while we're expanding outward into the universe. Also, talking about what I've been watching lately, let's take some inspiration from the currently best-written series of shows on television in its own new golden era, and started off with, finally, the Admiral has returned to Primes. Woo! Let Papa Gibbs drop some gospel on you. All right, so how can someone be charged with a crime for doing drugs while pregnant because of what happens to the baby when it's born, but not when they have an abortion? That seems to be the underlying question here. Others on this panel want to push back against the idea that it's the same thing or similar, but to those people, I say that y'all are unprincipled hypocrites without any concrete morals. There are only two ways to be morally consistent on this issue. The first way is if abortion is legal, then so should smoking those primo rocks with Cracky Magoo while 9 months pregnant. The other way is if neither is legal. If you don't take my worldview of might makes right and doing what's best for themselves in any given situation, there are only two ways for a person to pass a moral consistency check on either of these issues while still believing in morals and ethics, etc. Once again, this check does apply to yours truly, as my only consistent check always has been, and always will be what's best for Papa. It's been proven many times on many panels that I am by far the most morally consistent person on these panels. I'll bite the bullet every time and tell the truth, even if it's ugly. While others are going to lie to you, the audience, us panelists, and many other even cases they attempt to do mental backflips and logical loop-de-loops to justify their moral consistency and lack of integrity. That being said, I, Admiral Gibbs, your political prophet, am capable of looking at things through many lenses and being quite empathetic. In this case, I don't have to do that because these two scenarios are unequivocally a one-to-one comparison. If someone says they believe in abortion and her body, her choice, the only way that person's opinion should be given any credit is if they turn around right now and are willing to watch a mother do heroin while pregnant, and instead of judging or having an issue with it, they excitedly run to all their social medias, then grab a bullhorn and go to the streets, celebrating this person's decisions with the same fervor and excitement as they do for protesting abortion. The other position for the peasants that don't get the luxury of openly admitting they always do what's best for themselves, like myself, is actually much easier to defend. Now, I'm not a betting man, however, and I do encourage all the people on this panel to raise their hands if they agree with my next statement. But if I was a betting man, I would wager an extremely high amount of money that the people who think abortion is murder will be consistent and also say that doing drugs while pregnant is probably wrong. Go figure. Now, before getting to the meat of the problem, we need to talk about the root cause of these issues. We need to name the people specifically responsible for this mess and definitively define who consists of that group. Because whether people realize it or not, we cannot even talk about the real solutions till we identify the group responsible and why they are the way they are. Then today we can argue about how to treat the symptom they have caused and hope we get closer to curing these people of this highly contagious sickness that is infecting a portion of the United States. That being said, the only group of people that thinks in such a manner that are the always dishonest and capable of higher thought and leftists. Thus, let's define what a leftist is and know in perpetuity, without question, for the rest of the panel, what it is. When I say leftist, I know people in the chat and probably in here are going to try and pull the Gibbs is a dumb country bumpkin meme as usual and saying something like, he's lumping all of us together. I'm a special snowflake, type 663, and us beta cuts deserve to be recognized as such because reasons. Thus, in avoidance, cut this off this argument at the pass, I'll clarify the definition. Using the most accurate and encompassing definition, which is the definition from Oxford's Language Dictionary, which states, leftist, a person with left-wing political views. This means anyone who is the left of center established by the current state of, guess what we talked about earlier, the Overton window, is a leftist. Basically, anyone more left-leaning, with more left-leaning political views than right ones is a leftist. So pipe down, little leftist beta cucks. Papa Gibbs is dropping knowledge. That's the final word on the definition tonight. Whether people object, it doesn't matter what you think. Even if our wonderful host Prime disagrees, it won't matter because it's been determined. And if you disagree, you're just wrong. Now, you may think this leftist bashing on my end is off topic. However, you'd be wrong. It was important to establish that leftism encompasses all thought left to center, no matter how much they want to say I'm wrong, and I only think that the left means anything like left to center. Sorry, putos, you can't trump the definitive definition set forth by Oxford. Just because you're online echo chambers and the few righties in your friend group that you bullied into your accepting your position of leftist accept it doesn't mean it's correct. Now back to the meat of the matter. The reason it's important to find leftists for this is twofold. Because it shows the hypocrisy they have in regards for the lives of these children and how they only care for its cause when it suits them. And secondly, because many of these women doing drugs and having babies these drug-addled welfare babies are checks notes, predominantly Democrats. Wow, shocker! I'm sure a portion of these women are also the wives of these leftist cucks who hate the fact that limp, weak, low-T leftist husbands can't satisfy them, and so they let Giga Chad Republicans breed them, and now they have to kill their babies in order to be able to keep peace with their weak husbands. Or maybe they turn to drugs while pregnant, because once again, the inherent hypocrisy and evil in their belief systems cause them to hate themselves and their weak pronouning having significant others, to the point that they have to do drugs to cope with them, allowing such a low-value individual impregnate them. I can think of a myriad of reasons the lefties would care about this prompt so much. Speaking of the prompt, let's get to it. Do I believe in an intervention of some kind needs to occur? Absolutely. But what kind of intervention do we need is the real question. These women in the current solution propose just to address a symptom of the problem while doing nothing to solve the root cause of the issue, which is their evil, morally inconsistent leftist beliefs and ideology. I do, however, think they need a metaphorical intervention of some kind in order to see the error of the ways. What that looks like from a psychology standpoint, I don't know. My background isn't psychology. However, as the only religious double doctorate and a certified minister, I can definitely tell you there's a style of religious intervention I think could help these people. It's called an exorcism. Pretty sure there's a horror series of two about them. Honestly, the parallels are interesting. I find it amazing how many leftists dye their hair and screech incoherently while they attack religious people in the same manner as literal demons. But I digress. Moving on. As for the prompted question of whether or not the state should step in, I'm against it because I don't want my taxes wasted on this. A big reason being that leftists don't actually care about children or women, just like they never cared about African Americans or immigrants. They just use these issues that are important to people and manipulate themselves into power while cloaking themselves in the disguise of moral superiority. However, it's less a Gucci cloak and more a Timu cloak of moral superiority because it falls apart at the first weakest inspection. In fact, next time they try to pretend they care, just have them try to justify what they do to these babies who die in abortions via horrible horror movie level deaths. What's even worse than that, and somewhat ironic, is at least with my worldview, I openly admit that I'm a dickhead and doing what's best for me at all times. But these evil leftists would never admit that. Instead, they'll try to frame it as some righteous moral cause. The fact that these evil moral regulators have the audacity to sit here and get on a moral high horse, pretending they care about babies and women, would be so laughable if it wasn't so goddamn disgusting. Y'all want a real solution to this problem? Have these women take guess what time it is? Y'all thought I had to make an opening without saying it? Wrong. Have these women take personal accountability and make them live with their decisions. Actually, you know what? It just came to me. And God Emperor Trump has inspired me with his new framework for the homeless. So we can expand this idea and solve the problem permanently. The state of the action the government can do to solve this is really simple. Let's start with daddy government, turn off the spigot of our hard-earned tax dollars by cutting the welfare payments that go to them and funding to any programs that these people will be getting. Next, we make Miss Cracky Magoo sit in the new glorious Trump hobo tent cities that are hopefully strategically placed far from me in some god-awful physical location. In fact, I vote we ship the hobo camp to like the top of the Arctic or the middle of the Sahara Desert. Then let Miss Magoo scatter worthless dry-adult spawn and ponder her despair at having to live with the consequences of her action. Then at least these people will have a chance to serve a higher purpose, which is a first for many leftist and welfare recipients. What is that purpose, Gibbs? Well, I'm so glad you asked, because I'm going to tell you. The purpose will be to serve as a horror story and inspiring people to actually want to do something with their lives instead of living off the teat of their fellow man. You know what? Maybe they can serve a second, more profound purpose as well. They can serve hard-working taxpayers as entertainment. We can set up cameras after moving the homeless and drug mamas and fence them in, cut the funding. Finally, they can provide some value to society and they unabashedly leech off of their whole lives. As entertainment, the lefties will eat each other alive, as leftists always do, when the funding and power is cut. While this is happening, we can simultaneously use the minuscule amount of taxpayer funding necessary to maintain power and maintenance for the equipment, to create live streams requiring paid subscriptions of the leftist utopia that will form in these places full of extremely valuable and intelligent individuals. Eventually, we can even cut the funding for that as their society evolves in such a progressive manner without the rest of the taxpayers to fund their lives. The live streamers will start to pay for themselves and be one of the only things government provides that actually makes it money. President Trump, you can have my expansion idea for free, as I am a true patriot. Finally, in conclusion, I know being as morally consistent as to a golden god like myself is impossible for many of y'all because it's icky. I realize I'm better than y'all. I don't apologize. So if y'all can't be a genetically superior golden god like myself, then you can at least be like the consistent righties who think both abortion and shooting heroin while being pregnant is wrong. I would apologize for the length of my opening, but the amount of times I've had to sit through dissertations here, I've decided that instead I'm going to say you're welcome, because at least you got to listen to somebody who actually contributes to society instead of somebody writing a research paper that they wrote, doing moral rigmarole, defending mouth breathers who only continues to live due to daddy government holding their grubby, lazy hands, allowing them to never have to take personal accountability for any of their actions. Thank you, Prime, for having me. And to everyone else, once again, what can I say? But you're welcome.
Gibbs, there's someone outside that would like to speak to you for that murder you just committed.
So,
I do have to say,
all of our brain cells. Oh Lord!
I like how you.
I just want to say for the record,
you wrote in your own question to yourself in your own opening statement. That was
true. I just want to say for the record that I am not a golden child of perfectness like Admiral Gibbs are, but both my babies are blonde, so I'm putting in good work.
Okay.
So Gibbs started talking at the top of the hour, just about. It was 11 minutes. It was 11 minutes.
Yeah, you know how I feel.
Yes, we do.
Gibbs, I've been here longer than you. I've experienced this magic many times. I know. I get it. Okay, all right. Let's move on.
This might beat my record.
Maybe this will serve as a warning. Yeah, maybe this will serve as a warning going forward, because we're gonna do that game. Just kidding.
Right.
You can go ahead and concede, those of you who want to.
Okay, so let's move on with our lives.
No shame in the game.
On what?
Let's go to our friend.
Crack on crack baby Chaz. That was his argument, okay? Crack baby Chaz.
Okay.
Gotcha.
All right. So thanks for having me, Prime. Yeah, I'm Katya. I'm at Premier Katya on both Twitter and Blue Sky. And yeah, I know we just heard a lot about getting bred by Republican men, the teats of our fellow man, desert hobos, and the entertainment Hunger Games to make money for the government via crack babies and I guess their parents. eating each other alive in the apparently in the desert, considering that's what was mentioned prior, or the Arctic. We don't know which one yet. I guess Trump will give us a plan any day now.
Greenland.
That's what he's gonna do with Greenland. Okay.
Saskatchewan after Canada becomes the 51st state.
The illusion.
So, anyways, as fun as that all is, basically the point that I'm gonna make, in response to the small part of the opening statements that we've heard so far, that was about, human life or consciousness or this, that, and the other, and how it relates to this issue, especially the intersection of this, as well as the, concept of being pro-choice versus pro-life. I guess it depends just how you define things, because if you're talking about a consciousness argument, the difference is that, if we're talking about prior, to the state of human consciousness, if a fetus is aborted, they will not become a crack baby, and they were not experiencing consciousness to begin with. But if they're given crack in that time period, they will become a crack baby. Anyways, it's my position as well that, people who are that dependent on drugs should probably, it's a bit more moral of them to just have an abortion if they can't get off the drugs, instead of, having a baby that has been, addicted to crack. But I digress. The main thing I want to discuss here is drug dependence, because there are situations in which people are dependent on certain types of drugs to the point where going off of them on their own would cause a miscarriage, most likely, or worse issues to the fetus, or it might cause the mother's death as well. We're talking about things, like alcohol in extreme circumstances. We're talking about opioids. And what I want to say is, if we care enough to want to prosecute people, people who are pregnant and that drug dependent should have access to at least medical detox, because a reason why a lot of people don't is because of cost and because of, what people have access to financially. I think if we're going to consider this to be a social ill that's on such a extreme level, people who are drug dependent should not be able to use that, I guess, as some sort of a reason why they could not just quit on their own. Because somebody, obviously, if we're talking about things like opioids, somebody who's been on it for such a long time, who is doing extreme amounts of opioids, can't really just go, oh, I'm pregnant, let me turn it off. Because, yeah, bad things happen to them medically. Now, I don't think being in a situation where you're going to give birth to a baby that is dependent on drugs is a good thing. I think that society should do things to prevent these things, including what I've mentioned, drug treatment for people who are pregnant, this, that, and the other, to kind of prevent this from happening. Now, if it does happen after there are avenues for people to not do that, and there's enough evidence, then I could see the argument. Obviously, then, there's situations like, as Scott said, where women are being harassed after they've given birth for stuff that was in the epidural, or for stuff they were prescribed prior by a doctor. That's ridiculous. A doctor's literally saying, yeah, you're pregnant. Yeah, you can have this. So people shouldn't be missing time with their baby, or they shouldn't be facing jail time, having to deal with the rigmarole of, getting a lawyer, dealing with potential prosecution, the stress that may cause on both them and their child. Basically, I don't think it's a good thing, but I do think that we need to approach this from a situation where we can actually prevent it in a humanitarian way, instead of a punishment after the fact. Because if we just do punishment after the fact, but we do nothing to prevent it, there's still a bunch of kids that are getting permanently harmed. Because, fun fact, a lot of people who are really drug dependent and who are drug addicts and who are in that situation where they would end up in the Arctic hobo entertainment camp are not thinking ahead. And a lot of them don't care, or are not trying to keep the baby afterwards. They're going to give it up for adoption. So they're just concerned with their dependence. But yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Very much. Evie.
I'm a little bit torn on this one, to be honest with you. So my instinct is, fuck them, they should go to jail, right? But I don't think that's actually fair. So, I mean, like Katya kind of pointed to, like these people, assuming we're talking about like addicts, they have like they're not in the right mind, right? They have a mental slash physical ailment that's very difficult to deal with, and they can't just stop because they got pregnant. I mean, most people can't, right? It's very difficult for them to stop. So I do think that it should be made mandatory that they go to some kind of rehab, some kind of counseling to make sure that they get off this. If that means they are put into some kind of holding facility, quote unquote, while they're pregnant, while they're going through this process, so that we can ensure that they're not damaging the child further, that's fine with me. I think that, but I'm also torn because you have to deal with the reality that kids who are born to drug addicts sometimes come out permanently damaged, right, or malformed in some way, or they need to deal with disabilities their entire life, and it's difficult for me to say, okay, well, someone who did this to another person just shouldn't be punished, right, because they were sick at the time they did it. So I don't know. I'm actually really torn on this one. Between like my instinct to punish somebody who's doing a lot of harm to a future child, and my empathy, or my human empathy for the person going through the addiction. So I don't really know what the answer is, to be honest with you.
Thank you. And finally, our friend Grid.
All right, great. I don't know how I'm going to follow that from Gibbs. I'm not sure that I brought enough, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. First of all, I think it's really interesting that everyone keeps talking about child abuse, and none of these women are being prosecuted for child abuse or being prosecuted for child endangerment. This is a very important distinction because you don't have to have a child present to be prosecuted for child endangerment. It's a very interesting thing. I understand it's a hard concept for someone who doesn't have children to understand, but we'll get to that, I promise you, later. Now, and that kind of roll, and I kind of got to roll into this, and Gibbs, you kind of stole some of my thunder. It's okay though. I'm gonna let you get away with it. I got to scroll past some of my things here. I don't ever believe that the state should intercede. That was one of the questions that nobody actually addressed, except maybe Scott. And Gibbs, of course, addressed it in a very profound way. The state should, the state should not intercede. That's my personal belief. I am a mind your own fucking business sort of conservative. It's not my it has nothing to do with me or my life, and the state has no reason to do that. I think it's actually really troublesome that we have CPS workers in hospitals to monitor these women. It's even more disturbing that, as someone who's had a child, my wife was tested multiple times. Her blood was tested multiple times. A doctor would have known if she was using opiates. And why is it that we're waiting until these women deliver to have a problem with it? Well, obviously, in this specific instance, it's because of the child endangerment and not child abuse clause. And that's a very interesting thing. The child abuse thing is interesting because if I'm and by the way, I do believe it should be enforced though because of consistency of law. If I'm driving down the street in my car speeding with my child in a car seat and I get pulled over, I will likely go to jail for child abuse that day. You don't believe me? Try it.
Please don't.
Don't try it.
Listen to Lacroix, the lawyer.
Yeah, you will go to jail. I'm just telling you, you will go to jail for child abuse for driving too fast with a child in a car seat. If you will be arrested for child endangerment if you are so stupid as to leave something dangerous laying around that a child could get his hands on. So we have to be very careful in how we're addressing this because most, not everybody, got it kind of wrong. Because we're talking about drug addicts. Well, drug addicts are identified usually long before, especially the way Katya was talking about, long before the CPS gets involved, folks. CPS has been involved since before the pregnancy, more than likely. So that's an issue. But again, I do believe that we need consistency in law. And if I get arrested for driving fast with a child in my car seat, you should get arrested for smoking crack while pregnant. I'm just saying that's how it is. God dang it, Gibbs, you really did a great one here. But we do live in a society where a woman in Georgia just last year was arrested for allowing her 10-year-old son to walk to the store for child endangerment. Right, so the child doesn't even have to be present to for that to be an issue, right? And actually, they had the child call his mother. How fucking cold is that? Um, I got an interesting fact about Georgia. If you ever, guys are interested later. Do I believe that the women need intervention and the threat of jail time is the best path and all of this punishment? No, I think that I don't think that I think the threat of jail may work with some people, but it may not work with others. I'm not educated enough to know what every individual person on this earth is motivated by, and I don't care to be. All I need to know is that we have a set system in place to deal with the problem. Whether you agree that it works or not is really irrelevant because that is the system we have. You can work to change it, or you can shut your fucking mouth and just keep going. I don't care, and nobody else does either. But if we are going to talk about what my personal feelings are on the idea of how to correct the problem with these women who are testing positive for opiates at the end of the pregnancy that the doctor has somehow missed in all of the prenatal screenings and all of the blood tests and everything else. Well, first of all, I think the fucking doctor's halfway responsible and should be charged or at least looked at because that's negligence at the very least. Second, I'm a big fan of natural consequences, and maybe the child custody is given to the father, and the mother goes into rehab or house arrest with I don't know, like counseling or some crap. I don't know. I'm not, look, I'm not a lawyer. Lactoid is though. I really don't understand most of the arguments that Katya have. Lactoid, I kind of get his argument, and I understand Doobie is confused. I to a certain degree, I am too. I don't care about false reporting. False reporting happens in every aspect. I am way more concerned about abuse by the government with CPS agents in hospitals. Interesting fact, if you actually read the literature, Mississippi, and they picked on Mississippi because Connecticut and other states have the similar problems. Mississippi, in 2015, they found 300 cases of these women that had children that tested positive for opiates. Then they reshuffled the medical documentation and started actually screening these women, screening every single birth for opiates. And guess what? It increased to 1,200 children that tested positive for opiates. So if you look for it, you're gonna fucking find it. So I don't really know what the answer is, and I don't think any of us do, but let's have a great time debating this. Anybody that's dumb enough to bring abortion into this argument needs to probably sign off now and move along.
Can I clarify something?
Gibbs, you can take that?
Well, great. I don't want to pick on you. There's just two things.
Pick on me. Come on.
One, I understand like it is going to be an aside if people bring up abortion, right? But obviously the abortion and this issue are gonna kind of depend upon the same thing, which is like, whether or not we consider a fetus to be alive. In terms of talking about certain
the law that we're talking about is a child endangerment. Not child
for sure. No, I'm just saying, like, if we're going to discuss issues like first trimester drug usage, right? Because that's where a majority of the damage is going to be done. And if you are testing the meconium, right, that can go back like as far as 4 months, right? So some of that is going to be at play. But I agree, it's not really the issue at hand. The other thing I want to say is CPS isn't in the hospitals, right? Social workers are in the hospitals, and the problem here.
I kind of lump them into the same thing.
Oh no, for sure. I mean, they're kind of they're part of the same kind of institutional structure.
I
But
understand
the problem.
you've done that work before, so I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be so
No,
obtuse.
it's fine. It's yeah. I'm just clarifying. Like I'm not being like
Sure.
you dumb fuck. I'm recognizing that I have like some knowledge on this, and I just want to get the is straight. So because social workers are mandated reporters, if they come across, because their job is not to look for crack babies, right? Their job there is to look for signs of abuse, right? Their job there is a woman comes into the hospital, maybe she's sex trafficked, right? A lot of times there's going to be women that are going to come into the hospital that are pregnant, and then all of a sudden there's going to be a pimp or an abuser there, or and they're there just to have the baby and get out quickly. So they're looking for those warning signs at a very critical moment to save that baby. The problem comes from the fact that the law requires them to be a mandated reporter, and they have no idea what the fuck they're looking at, and they're worried that they're going to lose their job or get in trouble if a record shows in the medical record, oh, I've done drugs in the past. So now we have what is, quote, a history of drug abuse. And even though all they said is, oh, I smoked some weed, right? And then secondly, that a baby does test positive for drugs, they're not qualified to be able to discern where those drugs came from. So now they have to report, or they're in fear of losing their job. Then CPS gets involved, and CPS has no idea what the fuck they're doing. They're one of the most incompetent organizations in the country that government runs. I think left, right, we all kind of hate CPS and how bad they are at their job. And so I just want to make it clear that, like, in part, this isn't like there's like this nefarious thing. This is what happens when you have unintended consequences in government, which is that you create laws to protect people, presumably like social workers, and then you create laws like mandated reporting, and then this is just kind of a natural occurrence of those things.
Right. I have a question where, like, earlier when Grid was replying to what I said, he said that odds are CPS was involved with these people before they were even pregnant.
Yeah, I was confused about that. Could you
How?
elucidate?
I'm confused.
Well, I did make an assumption that they had more than one child. I did make that
Yeah,
assumption.
but why make these assumptions? Like, there's no reason to.
Well, plus a lot of the
It
time,
better log off and
doesn't
sign off now.
change the equation
Yeah,
at all, right?
it's an assumption I made. You can say, hey, it's a bad assumption. That's fine.
You should just
No,
log off.
I'm just like saying, like, why? I'm just saying, like, it doesn't change the equation at all. Right?
Might.
What we're actually dealing with at the core is a person who is having children and is addicted or in some way, or using drugs in some way, right? It's when they shouldn't be. So I don't think there's a reason to say, oh, they were talking to CPS prior, or they have multiple kids. It just seems irrelevant. No, it's not a big deal.
True.
By the way, I would apply my my ire and rage towards like the legal drug use as well, right? Smoking and drinking during pregnancy.
Yeah.
There's a what it comes across to me as, and I know in every case it's not like this, okay? And I can, although I think there does need to be a hammer to some extent in order to prevent this behavior because it is actively hurting children. My perception, and this is maybe just based on discussions I've had, but there seems to be a lot of people I've talked to a dodging of personal responsibility, a rejection of the concept of accountability when it comes to these actions, where it's like, oh, it's okay to have like one drink a week, even though all the medical literature says don't do it. It says don't do it. And you can't give it up for 9 months, right? Come on.
Not actually, but that's fine.
No, hold on. I have had this debate multiple times, and there's like it's so pervasive. There's a lot of people. Yeah, so it's fine to do this. This is a while ago. There's a Facebook argument I got into with some woman that I knew from high school who's unfriended me shortly afterwards, which is I think a good thing. Where she was like, yeah, my nurse said like, yeah, I can smoke during pregnancy. The stress, like if I stop, the stress would be worse than the baby.
But one,
and it's
one small glass of wine in a weekly matter is I don't think you should do it. I'm just saying you were specifically citing the literature, and maybe you can send me studies that I'm not aware of. I have seen some, but when you're looking at self-report correlational things, the mechanism Like I need something. Do you have something that describes the mechanism in like
So-
third trimester, right? Because when you're in the third trimester, the risk of fetal alcohol syndrome from like a small glass of wine a week is infinitesimally small. I mean, it's basically impossible at that point.
I'll
I'm not
have
saying
to
you
review.
should.
Sure. I'll have to review that. Hold on, real quick. So I'm going off of the recommendations from every major health organization, including the CDC, that are very specific.
Yeah.
Not a drop.
They tell
right?
people not to do that because they know people are alcoholics, right?
Yeah,
and they know
yeah,
that people
yeah.
won't stop at one drink. And
Yes, and so the people who do that one drink are also providing that risk of doing more. First of all, they're because people don't have the self control that they think they have, and then on top
Absolutely.
of that, I'll have to I guess look more into like the specific danger that comes from one glass. But again, to me, it just seems like that lack of that. It just feels so selfish to me. It's like you can't stop for 9 months. Look, I could and I would, and if I couldn't, then I shouldn't be having a kid.
So, Corey, sorry, not Corey. Lactoid. I'm sorry, Canadians are the same to me.
I don't blame you. It's a compliment.
Lactoid. I was, your framing there. I have a bit of a pushback. Like if you're just talking about it, I guess an individual who like is a casual drinker, right? And they won't give up their casual drinking during that 9 months. Well, then it feels like, are you actually casual if you don't do it? That's a question by itself. But in any case, but let's just go with that framing, the casual drinker, right? So it seems like that could be maybe called selfishness, but like if we're talking about a person who's an addict, I'm not sure that like calling it selfishness like is exactly like what you want to use here, right? Like I think that's part of the problem how we talk about addiction in the first place is that it's like a moral failing. We're talking about a chemical addiction. It's like
It
can we
absolutely is.
So I actually in my chat I have a doctor, an emergency room doctor lady person. I don't know. She told me what she does. I don't know. And she's saying that in the third trimester.
They're a chiropractor, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, she's what do you do again, Arthur? She's a anesthesiologist and works in a critical care unit.
Okay.
So she says in the third trimester you get asymmetric growth restrictions from alcohol use, also increased risk of miscarriage, which backs up what Scott was saying.
Well, that's
I would actually go against what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, does it? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Because what I'm saying,
I'm
what I'm
dividing my attention. I've got this person yelling at me.
You're fine. Great. Thank you. Thank you for backing up my point.
Yeah, if you can get me, if she can get me, because I think that she would probably be a lot better versed at what the research I'm specifically asking for. If you can get it from her, a link or something, I'd really appreciate it. I'd like to catch up.
Yeah, lactoid.
Right.
So,
Also, how much alcohol? Just I'm curious, how much alcohol was she talking about when we talk about alcohol use?
Arthur Daya, can you get me some literature Scott would like? I'm sure she can hear you, but
yeah.
And just keep in mind, not all professionals.
I don't want it to be an aside, right?
Yeah.
Well, no, but she can fucking Google Scholar, search something, and knows.
I'm sure.
She fucking because it's her.
But keep in mind, like finding sources and shit is like a very particular thing to Twitch poll. Okay, it's not like a normal thing that people do in the professional world.
Don't start with the sources.
I'm just genuinely asking.
No, I know you are. All I'm saying is that based on this person's credentials and I guess my priors, I'm very inclined to believe what she's saying. Okay, it makes perfect sense to me.
That's what I'm saying I'm not willing to die on this hill, and I would like to learn more if she has a specific thing.
I know.
Right?
I'm not coming after you.
I'm not in everything in the world. You know?
I want to know what her opinion is on
the
hobo camps. So what's her medical opinion?
Okay, we'll get to the hobo camps in a second. Right now we're dealing with this because, by the way, the breastfeeding thing.
She came in at the tail end of my opening, and she's like, getting on to me.
Real quick, I got a study on that breastfeeding thing, by the way, and like only like 5% of women can't actually breastfeed. Okay, like medically speaking, most people who say they can't breastfeed just don't. But anyway, go ahead, Prime.
Oh, okay.
And for what reason? I'm confused.
well,
like, what is their definition?
Well,
of
that's
can't?
not sorry. But don't distract them. I want to have this conversation.
Can't
Okay.
produce the milk
So
is
hold
probably
on.
the
Arthur
thing.
Dias
So-
says that Scott is correct
Ugh.
that fetal alcohol syndrome comes from exposure in the first trimester, but there are effects in third trimester too.
Okay.
Listen, but long story short,
Just
there-
don't do it.
Don't drink while you're
Don't do it.
pregnant. It's
I mean,
totally good.
I like surprising. Like I said,
Prime, you
it's
are not going to be able to get your shit
Well,
out.
Yeah,
and this,
yeah.
and well, actually, agree. This is the only thing I think you disagree with me. I actually see this as a 1-to-1 ratio with the abortion. The people that don't like abortion are the same people that are saying, "Hey, maybe you shouldn't be doing this stuff during pregnancy. You shouldn't do crack during pregnancy. You shouldn't be drinking during pregnancy. Shouldn't be smoking during pregnancy." We're all of us also anti-abortion, but the ones that are pro-abortion, this is why it matters, are pro giving my fucking money away to go help these fucking degenerate lowlifes that are fucking doing nothing with their lives except sucking on the teat of society, and
Okay.
they're providing a net loss. Honestly, you know what? I'm tired
Okay.
of it. I'll say it. The world would be better if we had less of these degenerates around. It's terrible. Hopefully, we move them somewhere and I don't have to see them.
Gibbs,
I have a
I
question.
totally understand that that feeling, Gibbs. Believe me, I do. Right. The thing is that, like, given that these are people who could potentially someday provide some kind of value to the country, to the community, I think it does make sense to invest in them a bit. Right. It's totally reasonable. There are many people who fall into drug addiction or just some kind of degeneracy, and eventually, they get the resources they need, and long term, they are more beneficial than most people to their community. Right? These cases happen.
Yeah.
So, given that we don't know which of these people is that case, right? And which of these people might someday come up with a way to defeat all kinds of drug addictions, right? It makes sense to invest.
Well,
Okay,
I disagree,
so,
Doobie.
I-
I'll tell you what. If you give me 1 second, Doobie, I disagree with you on one part about that, right? I still think it's a net loss. Just because you have like 5 out of the million recover and become a great speaker or a learning, they're like the net loss is bullshit. And even if it's only 5, I don't want to invest like like this at all. Like fuck them. They made their life choices. They can claw their way out on their own dime. I'm sick of it. Every day I have to walk to the goddamn meat market to get meat. And guess what? I'm attacked by 6 fucking speed tweaking hobos, bro. I can't even drive down a corner. We're paying the city. Even the Democrats here are paying the city to fucking put a hostile architecture, and they just keep moving into the neighborhoods. It's crazy. This is the future that the Dems
the
want.
Austin Badlands. Understood. It's surviving
awful.
the Austin Badlands.
Okay.
Okay. Hold on.
So
I'm
Gibbs
gonna
has to
get
get
my
meat
point out. I'm gonna get my point out.
every
I'm gonna get my point
day.
out. And then
Gibbs
when
has
you-
to get meat every day. We know
I
this.
do.
Like,
Yeah, I
you-
like meat. It's great.
Okay, so like I think this framing is important, right? Because
For local business.
it does color the rest of the conversation. And it seems like other people have some disagreement with me, right? But if a person's having a chemical dependence on this, if we frame it simply as, well, you're being selfish. Well, that says like, well, you just simply have control to be able to knock this off whenever, right? Hey, let's say heroin addicted individual, right? What have you ever tried just like not being on heroin? Like, yeah, actually they probably have. And they're having trouble. So like if we frame it simply as a moral choice or moral failing, right? I think we aren't going to be able to properly address the issue. Like, does that make sense?
Can I make
Well,
a quick
let me respond to
distinction?
this.
Well,
Let me respond to this real quick. So, first of all, I think it can be a moral failing. If we're talking about a situation in which somebody's like heavily addicted prior to pregnancy, I'm just going to reiterate what I said before, which is let's say this was me, let's say I could get pregnant, I would stop drinking during those 9 months. And if I couldn't, I wouldn't be having unprotected sex. Flat out. I wouldn't be getting pregnant. That is the moral failing.
People get pregnant with protected sex, right? People get pregnant.
Exceedingly rare.
Oh, hold on, but it wouldn't matter to you, right? It wouldn't matter, right? In the end, like they're pregnant.
Well, no,
right?
hold on. It would matter to the sense of like my moral condemnation of them. Hold on. If you know that you have like an addiction problem, and you're like, fuck it, I'm just gonna like go have unprotected
well,
sex.
then would it make a
Like
difference?
now, I think
that's
you're
framing the
considerably
left
more
way.
reckless. And by the way, to Gibbs and Doobie's point, have you guys ever heard of a organization called Project Prevention? I think this is also a potentially helpful organization.
Yeah. I've heard this. Whatever.
What about
But hold on. But like, what if you're saying you are in favor of prosecution? You said before in your opening that is a purpose of the state to protect children. Okay, right? If a woman was using, right, but also highly protected sex, but still got pregnant, exceedingly rare, but it happens, right? Would that exonerate them? Like, well, they were
No.
protected. Oh no, so it
No.
doesn't actually
No.
matter. Okay, so none of that actually matters. So we can-
I said
we can
it
ignore
matters
that
on the
part.
degree of moral condemnation, but my expectation of somebody is to have this a sufficient
Yeah, well,
level of will.
but I don't
hold
care
on,
about your
hold on.
degree
Oh,
of condemnation. But my point is about like how
Okay.
You
we.
kind of asked.
Well, no. I actually no, but that's no. I'm saying
It
that
matters
there's
to
the
me.
framing there. No, I'm talking about like the framing and how we tackle this issue, right? So if society looks at it as a moral failing, right? If our courts look at it as a moral failing, then it's like, well, you should have just knocked it off. You should have been a
But we
better
need to define the
person
moral
rather
failing.
than saying this person has a chemical addiction. If society understands there's a chemical dependency, right? Then we could say, oh, maybe this is a medical issue, right? And then we should look at it as a health crisis. That changes everything.
But we have to look at which moral decision. As my chat accurately points out, the moral choice is making the decision not to seek treatment because there is
might have
treatment
sought
for
treatment.
every chemical dependency.
No,
Every
but they
single
might
one.
have, but they might have sought treatment. Like plenty of
Barely
drug
got
addicts have
treatment for my
sought
tax
treatment
dollars.
and then have failed. Yeah, sure.
That's right. Ask Gibbs
then
about that.
It should be
treatment.
yes, and privately run and privately paid for facilities, whatever, right? But like
Yeah, those
plenty of
are real
drug
cheap.
addicts have been there and are struggling, right? We have very ineffective drug treatment programs, right? And I'd love to get into that at some point, but whatever. So even then that falls apart. Yeah, a lot of them.
Equine therapy.
These are medical treatments. These aren't like halfway. This isn't the 12-step program. I mean, like there are medical treatments for every addiction right now. So the moral choice is
And
to
many of them
not
aren't
go get
available.
treatment. And that is and so
If-
to Lactoid's point, if you choose not to go get
What
treatment,
if they don't
for
have
your
access to that?
addiction,
Wait a minute, hold on.
then
What if they
to
don't
hell
have
with
access to that? What if they don't have access to that? Like
No,
medical.
doesn't have access to that.
Well, I mean,
Why?
well,
The
like,
United
hold on.
States of
People who
America.
don't have insurance, right? Private insurance, obviously don't have access, right? If they're a person of a low economic status, then they probably don't have access. It's all the regular people who don't have access to the medical to medical technology and to medical help that don't have access. Those are the people I'm talking about, obviously. Like, of course.
I know
And a lot of times
I know
it does
Republicans.
require
Hold on.
inpatient care.
I know a lot of Republicans hate this fucking organization, right? But you might as well fucking mention it in this instance. If you are poor, if you are impoverished, and you are pregnant, go to a fucking Planned Parenthood. They're not just there for abortions. You can go get a sonogram. You can go see a doctor. They have nurses there that will help you get on WIC so that you can eat healthy and will help link you up to all of, if you are drug addicted, that will help you.
There are these
link you
other
up to
cool
all of
places
these
called
programs.
churches, and they help people.
Churches
They
will
have
do it too.
methadone there,
Yeah.
true.
I mean, okay.
Listen. The moral failing.
I'm going to fight back on your argument, Prime, because the
listen,
fact is
the
that
moral-
people help people. I spend a lot of money in taxes for my taxes to go help people. Gibbs obviously does. He hasn't stopped talking about it.
I
all
never
night.
said that help didn't exist, right? I'm saying one, if they have access to one effective help, they have access to help, one thing. If they have access to effective health, another thing, a completely separate thing, right? If it happened to have worked for them, and all those things, right? To be no, didn't work.
I just can't make
but they're
excuses for
pregnant.
people like that.
Listen.
Well, we talk about
It literally feels like
listen,
dodging accountability,
listen.
like I said before.
Listen. The only
When
time
you're
it's
pregnant,
not,
you're on a
Hold on.
timeline.
Hold on. No, it is the moral failing is not doing drugs. Okay, the moral failing is having a body that is poisonous to children, and then choosing to have sex, which can lead to the birth of children, knowing that you are addicted and that you can't stop it. It is no different. It is no different than taking a person that is walking down the street and then saying like, hey, I have something really cool in my house. And then you walk in the house and you know that the house is on fire. Like if you invite someone off of the sidewalk into a burning building and they don't know that it's burning and then they burn in said building, that is the choice that you made. Now, if you are raped, you have, number one, you have absolute 100% bodily autonomy. If you choose to be a drug addict, that's a terrible choice, but it's your fucking choice. And if you are then raped and you are a drug addict and you are pregnant due to the rape,
How many
right?
people choose
It
to be a
is- it
drug
is-
addict?
it
That's
is-
crazy. That's crazy.
What's
How
that?
many people choose to be a drug
Well,
addict?
I guess all of them.
Plenty
They
of people
chose to
choose
use
to be a
drugs in the first
drug
place.
addict.
Yeah, no, I think
No,
most
that's
people
stupid.
don't choose to be an
dependence.
addict. Sorry, go ahead, DB. You're
No,
trying to
listen. They chose to engage in the behavior that led them to be a
Sure.
drug addict, right? I'm not saying they were like, you know what I want to do today? I want to be one of those people that
Heroin.
like has a
still risked it,
90-degree body angle on like the street corner somewhere, right? Like, no, they're someone that chose to engage in drugs. They
Okay,
made that
fair
choice.
enough.
I mean, unless of course someone forced it on them.
Yeah,
Right.
fair
But
enough.
nevertheless, if they're drug addicted, there was a series of behaviors there. Now, if they choose to have sex, even protected sex, they choose to have sex during this time where their body is poisonous, they're making an active choice that can lead to the birth of a child whilst they are in a position where they feel like they have no control over their drug addiction. That is a choice.
I'm going to so
That
Yeah,
is a
but we're
choice
talking
that
about
they made.
somebody who's not in a rational state of mind. Somebody who has an addiction that is impacting that. Yeah, so treating them or speaking of them as if they're making rational choices based on the current situation they're in is silly. Like, we're talking about somebody who has a type of mental illness.
No, so this is a fucking binary. You are either a rational person that is capable of arguing for your own rights, that is capable of critically thinking and making decisions based off of your desires towards the outcomes that you wish, or you aren't. And if you
Yeah, I
aren't,
don't think they
then
are.
that means you need a guardian appointed to you, and because you are incapable of making choices. If you are
I agree with that.
incapable of making choices, then someone needs to sweep you up and force you into a mental institution or a family needs
Or
needs
a
to take
mandatory
care of.
rehab center where they can get to a position where they are now.
I mean, obviously, I'm a libertarian. I don't want like
Yeah, you're
$10
okay with them,
billion bill for
just throwing them to the wolves. Okay, like I get it. Like I'm not okay with that. I
That's
do
not
think
what I said.
that the state should come in,
That's not what I
sweep
said
them
at all.
up,
Don't
put them into a
put words
position
in
where
my
they can
mouth.
get healthy, and then after that we can judge them on their choices.
I never
You mean
said
a
that I
nice,
think
safe
we should
place like
throw them to
jail?
the wolves. I'm just saying I don't want to be stolen.
Yeah, jail really
I don't want
helps
my taxes stolen.
with
from me.
this. Thank you.
let's
No, I don't think jail is helpful either. But
let's let
I'm
Katya
being
and
a little
let's
bit
let
facetious.
let's
but
let hold on, let's let
there-
Katya
Yeah.
I felt like
and
somebody
Corey,
else was too. So
if he wants to as well. I'm gonna have to respond to this much later. But yeah, Katya,
So-
Corey.
What I wanted to say is we talked about psychological dependence. One thing that I brought up in my opening statement that I want to mention is, as well as with a lot of the drugs that do the most harm, we're talking about physiological dependence, right? And when somebody's pregnant, right, you're kind of on a timetable. Like, we can't do like if all else fails, try again. Hey, try to cut back. Hey, you detoxed up, it didn't work. For months and months and years, considering like, oh, you're giving birth like in 9 months, like you can't, hold that back until you figure it out. That's why I'm saying that people should have the, at least the resources available to him that if they do not take it, then
And we get it.
obviously
We wanna
that's a
kill
moral
babies.
culpability.
I got it. We understand.
Ex-
You don't have
no,
to keep.
it's, it's
What did I
like-
just say? I'm so sorry. What?
She said resources available. She's not talking about abortion here.
I'm talking about to detox, because if you detox off of drugs that you have a physiological dependence without stuff like methadone,
Actually,
without
Arthadiah
medical
agrees with
treatment,
you.
you're in trouble as far as your physical health, sometimes your life, as well as, if we're, taking into consideration, especially somebody who wants to have a baby,
let's
the
roll with that.
baby's going to be even more fucked up.
Sure. Let's roll with.
Says that
Can
they
we
can
real quick?
detox
Can
someone
we
in about a week.
can we roll with this free detox now? Prime, are you okay with
Not
punishing
even
these
keep
women?
the baby.
Free detox.
Yeah. There's a new guarantee where if you're like a pregnant woman and like for some reason you can't stop, like the government will provide the resources, whether you like it or not, and you will stop doing substances one way or another. And now, like if the woman dodges these services, now we can punish them, right?
What
Can we
does
get
free-
accountability?
Well,
then?
hold on. That depends, because if a woman is dodging the services like upfront, it's probably because she's an addict and she knows if she goes to this addiction center, she's no longer going to get access to the drug, and because her judgment is impaired by the addiction in the first place, it makes sense that she would avoid the center.
If an addict shoots me and takes my wallet and then uses it to buy drugs, should this person be punished?
I don't know how much I like you, to be honest.
According to the
I'd
leftists,
have
we
to
shouldn't
think about
punish
that.
Jesus
anybody.
Christ.
I just-
We
Doobie, I
shouldn't
know
punish
you like me a
anybody.
lot, okay?
We shouldn't punish anybody. Like, we should let them
is
rob
a
us. We should
Yeah,
let
because
them,
I mean, hey, they weren't in the right. They weren't in the right state of mind. They were addicted. All criminals technically
I
really
feel
are in a
like
weird
that'd be
state of
one of
mind.
those
It was,
Luigi
you know,
Totally
situations.
it was their inescapable.
Everything is determinist, man. It's like a ball.
If they couldn't break the
Ball
cycle,
down a
the
hill. You
cycle's
can't hold
too
anybody
hard for 'em.
responsible.
The system is keeping the man down, and the only way to get through it is if Daddy Government comes and lifts him up by the little nuts and saves him.
No. I
That's
got
what
the
I
ultimate
really
response to
want.
this. I got the ultimate response to this. Right? If it's not their
I'm sick of
choice, if their addiction is
Yeah.
clouding their mind and it's not their choice to like do these crimes, then I can't help but be born with the mindset that I'm going to punish them.
So
Gibbs,
Yeah,
I
that's
find
why
it
I said
disturbing that you
specifically-
keep saying "daddy government" and then sucking at the teat.
Well, because
Those
that's
two
the only.
things-
Well, see, because you have to preach to the audience, and we're on a
Trans
leftist channel,
government
so we
based.
know that these guys
Yeah.
are soy betas, and so I'm
Yeah.
trying to preach to them in a manner just like like Daddy Destiny shows them. So I want
And
them all to know how they can, speak. I'm trying to speak on the language.
Let's go to Katja, and men have nipples too. Let's remember that. Okay, Katja.
Yay, nipples. Anyway, so
Oh.
yeah, that's why I said, like, especially with stuff like, medical intervention with detoxing, because that's what I feel like is the first line thing where it might not actually be somebody's choice. If, hey, I'm pregnant, hey, I want to get off of this drug that I have a physical dependence to. Well, if I detox at home, either I can continue to, give the baby like drugs or whatever through my system, or I can just detox and I'll get hurt. The baby will get hurt even worse. So
you
that's
would
like, I feel like
support
the first line of that.
So would you support an act like the Marchman law in Florida that allows hospital workers to hospitalize without permission anyone whose judgment is impaired by drugs?
If they're pregnant, yes.
Well,
I mean,
the Florida law says anybody.
I mean, it really, like, the reason why I'm saying this too is that, like, I'm saying these resources should be available, and then I'm more open to situations like punishment if people know that they have access to get off of it, like, physiologically without, putting themselves at further risk. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. So that's why I'm asking you: would you agree with every state having something like the Marchman Act, which is a Florida law that allows for involuntary civil confinement and to detox people who are, as Prime says, not capable of making good decisions? Or maybe that was Rudy. Whoever said they weren't capable.
I'm going to say maybe, but I want to know more about how the law works in practice and what negative effects are, because there's always
Well, I have a health
situations
professional
where...
telling me about it, so I don't.
Okay.
I'm assuming that they agree with it.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to. I'm gonna read more into that, but like, yeah, there are situations obviously where the cure is worse than the disease, and something like that seems like it could be a close call. So I'd want to know more about that before saying yes or no.
Let's go to
I
Corey
think $3
and
trillion
then
in
Scott.
tax dollars is a cure worse than any disease.
Sorry,
Corey?
wait, what's the $3 trillion for?
Gibbs, Q Gibbs.
Oh yeah, I mean, what do you think the $3 trillion is for?
Taxes. Okay.
Yeah, Corey.
Just go down that road.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, you already know. No.
So Lacto, just to maybe tease
go to
out where your line might be, or clarify it further. So I think Scott brought up an interesting scenario in his opening statement, where do you view it the same way? Yeah, exactly. Like, how would you? So would you hold that person responsible, or would you? Like, they shouldn't have kids? Would you also advocate for that? Or, like, unless once they learn they're pregnant, they don't revamp their life and undergo a strict weight loss program, they should be imprisoned.
There's a line. I think that, in fact, this was something that my own chat challenged me basically immediately on. And yeah, if you have somebody who's like type 2 diabetes that's like under control or whatever, and then during pregnancy, they're like, just ignore that and then just start eating like a bunch of ho-hos or sugar cookies or something, I have a problem with that. And yes, it can get to a line where I would criminalize the behavior. Now, as with all criminalization, like there does need to be some level of threshold. There's like even for child abuse, right? Like there is a level of neglect that parents engage in where the amount of resources and the effort at enforcing it is actually probably going to be more detrimental to the child than otherwise, than not doing anything. And it's just on top of that, a wholly inefficient use of resources. So is policing every time somebody goes to McDonald's going to be realistic, or doesn't cook with cooks with butter instead of cooking with olive oil? No. But I think that things that are
Cook with
definitely
butter,
enforceable,
not olive oil, people.
and
It's
things that
healthier.
are,
Don't listen to Scott.
I like olive oil.
Based.
Things that
With
are,
some ghee.
yeah. In fact, I use olive oil on my hair. But one of the things, I think it's like tobacco, alcohol, drugs, and etc. These are already currently probably to an extent that much more than I want regulated. Right? We've put these substances in a different category of their own. We don't let children buy it. We don't want children to be consuming it. And if we don't want children to be consuming this, why are we letting children consume it? Like, it's more
Yes.
harmful when they're younger. So to me, it's like the same logic applies. If you wouldn't buy your 1-year-old a fifth of vodka, then don't drink a fifth of vodka. I look at the two the same.
So,
If I see a pregnant woman drinking
Okay.
vodka, it's like I'm closing my eyes and looking at like a woman holding a vodka bottle to their 1-year-old's lips, and the
That's
1-year-old
more funny
is
though.
So like Scott, I think Scott in his again overstated brought up like fast food. Do you view that same way of like holding up the bottle of vodka to your pregnant?
If it's too, when it comes to like fatty foods,
should be regulated as well.
When it comes to like fatty foods and etc., there would be some. It wouldn't be one time. There would be some line. I think I would just follow because obesity in children, right? Like taking your kid to McDonald's is not the same thing as giving them cigarettes. But if you take your kid to McDonald's every day, and now they're like significantly obese and they're having heart issues at 8, yeah, at that point we start getting involved. That's fucked, right? You can't do that.
To be fair,
In the same
I
way,
gave
if you're
a line.
pregnant and like you're
Which is
having all these
permanent
like obesity
damage.
issues, and here's the thing with the permanent damage. I can somewhat agree. Actually, the permanent damage is like perhaps like where we charge it differently as like abuse.
Yeah, that's where the
But
legal line
endangerment
should be, not the moral line, right?
But for me, the moral like endangerment is enough. Like I think that if you give your kid, like the woman who's like feeding their 1-year-old kid like vodka, it's like, oh, you can't prove any harm. No, you don't get to do that. That's not an activity because that activity has a very high risk of harm, right? Just like we don't let 1-year-olds go skydiving, even if they turn out to be okay.
So Scott, go ahead, and unless Corey has something else to say.
I do, but later on I'll save it.
Oh no, you want to get it out now
sure?
because it might take a while.
Well, no, I want to engage in a different point with Grid One because he seems to be okay with the child endangerment, and I'm like, why are you okay with that? The child, like,
Not okay with it. It's simply consistent legally.
How is it consistent? Because they weren't doing it before. This is like a recent development. As in, your view is that they should all of us have been doing this.
I'm only okay with it in that it is a legal thing that is consistent with the child endangerment law.
How is it consistent?
in my
Are you
personal
saying
opinion,
it wasn't consistent before and now it's consistent?
Well, before they didn't do it because under Mississippi law, they can't prosecute for child abuse because they don't recognize the fetus as a child.
Yeah, and so how is how does then now child
How do they get
endangerment
to
come
child
into play?
endangerment?
Yes.
Oh, it's a very simple computation. If you are using drugs while you're pregnant, you are knowingly endangering the child that you're carrying, and when that child is delivered alive and test positive for drugs, you are now guilty of child endangerment.
So doesn't that also track with child abuse then?
How there can't be any that you haven't abused a child yet.
You haven't endangered a child yet,
Not
at least not before. Not before
I'm
a
not a
certain
lawyer.
line.
I can't understand. I can't explain it further than that. Maybe the lawyer can help you. I don't know, but
are you saying that from the moment of conception is a child, and if that's the case, then child abuse and
my
child
belief,
endangerment are on the
yes, but
table?
I'm not. I didn't cite my belief.
So then
I
what?
think if you believe a child begins at conception, then child the position again like for child endangerment makes perfect sense right off the bat. If you don't think that, I still think you can come to a logical argument for this being child endangerment. Like with one simple hypothetical, right? Daycare for 5-year-olds only, and then you put a bomb in the basement that's timed to go off after 6 years. Technically, the kids in there aren't born yet when you set the bomb. Did you endanger children though?
Not within. Well, I mean, with some intention, depending on how it's framed. I need more. Hypothetical, yes, probably.
Yeah, like you are aware that even though the children don't exist right now, like within 6 years there will be 5-year-olds in this building, and they're going to get blown up by this bomb.
Oh, okay.
Right?
So if the hypothetical, actually, if you're saying that, well, if this was like a renovated building, okay, and then the bomb was planted 5 years ago, but then 1 year ago a child daycare opened up, I would not put that as child endangerment.
I'm telling you, you know that there's going to be 5-year-olds in there soon, or within 6 years, and they haven't been born yet. You know that there will be children that do not currently exist, but there will be children in there.
Even then, I don't know that I would reckon.
Wait.
I don't think the analogy tracks, at least for me, intuitively.
All right.
I think it tracks,
Is
right?
it
Because
child
you're setting up like a situation where the future children are going to get hurt.
Well, so that in my mind, like the bomb going off when the children are there. For me, like if the drug is administered, okay, before a child exists, that's why I said for me, there's a line in terms of like after like second trimester, if someone's still actively doing drugs, okay, then a child is harmed in my mind. But if it's before that time, it's not a child. That's why the analogy doesn't track for me.
No, I don't. Hold on. I know you're saying it's not a child, but again, when the bomb is planted, there's no children in the building.
The thing is there's no crime unless the child exists. So the child has to exist outside the womb first, according to Mississippi law. I didn't bring my worldview into it, and I didn't make the claim that it's a child beforehand. That's why trimester doesn't matter. None of it matters, because the only way Mississippi charges you is if that child is born. Once that child is born and they can prove that you did drugs, you have endangered a child. That's all of the qualification that is needed.
Let's go to Scott. I'm gonna have a response.
Yeah, I'll be right
so,
back, guys. I don't normally pop
that's
off, but I'll be right back.
That's okay.
Sometimes we all have to pee sometimes.
Yeah, so we'll go to Scott. I want to yell at Scott about something, and then we'll go to Katya. And we'll go to Doobie, because I'm sure Doobie has something else to say too. But go ahead.
I do want to say two things. So while previously I was discussing the concept of like, that Grid also brought up, but he's not here, about like, confining someone against their will because of their inability to make rational decisions. It is also, when we're talking about the state and the current state of affairs, we have to be very, very careful of this. It needs to be something that there is an extreme degree of like scrutiny on. There's this really famous like case study that everyone learns when they're in like undergrad in psychology. So like most of you have probably heard of it, but maybe you haven't. On being sane in insane places in 1973. So it was a psychologist that was a professor, right? He had all of his, and it was in PhD program, right? So all of his students are, people that already have a bachelor's degree in psychology, and they are well within, they're well within their PhD program in learning to become a psychologist themselves. And they're all presumably sane, right? They're just regular, university students in a PhD program. So he asked them to check into mental institutions with like a very vague thing, like, oh, I feel like, I feel like I'm a little crazy. It wasn't like schizophrenia or anything. So they voluntarily checked themselves in, and the majority of them could not get out. They were like, hey, I'm normal. Like this was this was from my professor. There's nothing wrong with me. And they'd all been diagnosed with like severe mental health issues. And like it was impossible for them to get out, right? Because the very concept of like mental institutions. Now it's gotten a little bit better, presumably, since then. It got better and then it got worse under Nixon, but regardless, right? That is still a thing, that it can be very difficult to get out of these places. So we have to be very careful about forcibly committing people into these places, because it's very difficult to get them out. Now, the other thing that I wanted to say,
their entire purpose is to institutionalize people, right? So once you're in there, like, okay, right, well, I'm going to diagnose you because diagnosing is what I do.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Like their purpose should be to help people go out into the world. Right.
Yeah.
But they, it's like, it's a hammer, sees nails everywhere type of situation. And so like, you have to be careful of those places.
It's wild.
And the other thing I want to say is I think it's very interesting because, Lactoid, Admiral Gibbs as well, but Lactoid focusing on it, this concept of like a lack of accountability, from people. And I think it's important where we discuss, I think culturally where this is coming from, because it's not. I think the real reason that this is so divisive in terms of putting mothers and giving them accountability is at its core the patriarchal instinct of our culture. Our culture, our human culture, for the most part, in any functional society throughout time, has been patriarchal. And, woe is any culture or society that doesn't respect, venerate, and want to protect the pregnant woman, right? I mean, as far back as thousands of years, if you have a culture or society that doesn't value and protect pregnant women, you have a culture or society that will die. Right. And there is a deep instinct in many of us, and specifically in our culture, to take accountability away from pregnant women because we feel that they are a vulnerable people that need to be protected. And we're very recalcitrant in using like legal systems and things of that nature against them, which we should be, I think. I think that is something we should be careful of. At the same time, we are also living in a culture that has, for the most part, given women the liberty to go out and act in the same ways that men act. We are no longer in a society where, a woman is called hysterical and locked in her husband's room, and all of society agrees that was the right thing to do.
Exactly.
And that can be good. But I think the problem here is the conflict between these two ideas, right? Like you can't have both. You can't have a society that is patriarchal, that doesn't want to force pregnant women into accountability and doesn't want to, use those same systems against them when they commit acts that we deem to be wrong, and at the same time give them free liberty to make the decisions that do have those bad outcomes, that, to engage in the behavior like drug addiction or, not being controlled by the father or the head of the estate, etc. And I just think it's an interesting kind of like crossroads where we're at.
So, here's the chat order, right? So, I wanted to respond to Scott, so I'll go. Then Katja, do because I'm sure he has something amazing to say, something brilliant. Then Corey.
I have
And
something short to say.
okay. But anyway, so I have a problem. Your last statement seemed to be a bit more mitigating. So take that into account. But like responding to a previous statement, you said, you said something along the lines. I didn't write it down exactly, but like that women with, you have a body that can get pregnant, and then you are having sex. Basically, that it doesn't matter if you knew or you didn't know, right? That you are responsible if you're drinking and fucking, right? I think that's a ridiculous standard. I think that we have. I'm just about to tell you, friend. I think that it's pointless to build a system that requires people to be perfect, right? Because what you're dealing with within that system are humans who are inherently imperfect. People are going to drink and fuck, right? In fact, those two things are often tied together: drinking and fucking. If that is an issue, right? Like women drinking, right, with their potentially pregnant bodies, right? And by potentially, I mean like at any point in time, like a woman has rather than a kinetic pregnant body, right? They have a potential body, pregnant body. Like it just at any point in time they can be pregnant.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if that's
Schrodinger's pregnancy.
Schrodinger's pregnancy, yeah, you never know. They just could be pregnant, right? Like or you have to observe them. If that's the case, well then we should like shut down bars, right? Or at the very least, ban women from bars. Because women are going to go to the bars, right? They're going to drink, and some of them are going to fuck, right?
Prime. This would be like saying, well, look, we're not perfect. Sometimes people are going to drink and beat the fuck out of their wives, so we might as well ban the alcohol.
Well, so we might as well.
Same.
Well, actually,
people aren't perfect, right?
Well,
how can we design a society around people being perfect? Sometimes you just gotta let off a little steam. Sometimes you drink and then you get violent, right?
You're
So the
saying
difference is some people don't know they're pregnant for a little while,
His-
but you know if you're gonna hit somebody,
yeah,
you go
yeah.
like, "Oh, I'm gonna hit
Scott-
somebody."
Scott
right?
specifically-
You know if you're having
Hold on,
unprotected
hold on.
sex.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. But Scott
Well,
specifically said
He's
he
responding to
doesn't.
Scott, who said more than unprotected sex. That
Yeah,
was the problem.
Scott said-
let me respond.
Sure.
Yeah.
And quickly, yeah. Scott said that, like, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you said that, like, it doesn't matter if they know or not,
doesn't.
right? Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, so he said it doesn't
Well,
matter.
So for example, let's think about this, right? If someone's blackout drunk and they have no memory of what they're doing, right? And then they get behind the wheel of a car. We don't say they're forgiven for a DUI. We recognize that they made the conscious decision to drink, and then they made the conscious decision to drink so much that they became blackout drunk. And despite the fact that they are like completely out of their mind, they're still going to get a DUI. We recognize that they didn't necessarily make the decision of sound mind and body to get behind the wheel. What they did is they made the decision of sound mind and body to drink and keep drinking until it got to a point where they were so shit-faced that their faculties were gone, and then they're still responsible for that behavior afterwards. Similarly, if a woman is having regular sex and she's sexually active, there is a risk. There is a potential. Just like a drunk person that gets blackout drunk, maybe they've never drunk and drive before, right? Maybe they don't drink and drive, but this one night they got drunk and they decided to drive and they were blackout drunk. We don't forgive them of that because they put themselves in the position where they engaged in that behavior. The same thing is true of someone that's sexually active and is also addicted to drugs. They're engaging in behavior that can bring a life into this world, and they're also a drug addict. And when you do those two things, they're not absolved of all of the damage that they do or don't do to this human simply because they don't know whether or not engaging in that sexual activity and doing those drugs will or won't lead to that outcome. The same way a DUI is enforced against someone that's drinking at a bar that doesn't know whether or not they'll get behind a car and get in a car accident and kill somebody.
How does this system work then? Could we make women a test before they go into a bar? They are not sexually active?
No. I'm not against this liberty. What I'm saying is if you show up at the hospital and your baby has fetal alcohol syndrome, that's on you. Right? Like, I'm not saying that we have cops at the bars to be like, are you sexually active? Like, I'm not saying you police that behavior in that regard. What I am saying is that if you engage in behavior that permanently damages and harms a human life, that just like a mugger, just like a DUI person that, crashes into you, just like any other situation, you're responsible for your actions that led to that and harmed that person.
Okay, if you're not saying then we police, all right, then I have less of a problem with that then. All right, then I'll leave that alone then. Let's move on to, what did I say? I have to chat about. Okay, so Katja, Doobie, Corey. Anyone else want to say something?
I was just gonna say that I feel like a lot of the there's just when we're talking about the drinking versus driving versus this, that, and the other. I feel like the difference here is I think that like the way to make it equivalent would be drinking is equivalent to drinking, driving is equivalent to having sex, and getting pregnant is equivalent to crashing the car, right? If you drive drunk, you don't know you're going to crash the car every time. If you have sex, you don't know you're going to get pregnant anytime. The difference here is driving drunk is illegal, but having sex is legal. There's like a difference in like the underlying.
I don't. Hold on, pause.
Even when driving drunk wasn't
I don't
illegal.
Just to be clear, there are separate crimes. There are separate crimes that you can be charged with.
Let me just answer this very quickly.
Yeah, that's what it was about.
Right, so causing injury while drunk, by the way. You cannot be charged with that unless you hurt somebody while driving drunk.
I want to make this very, very clear. I do not give any fucks whatsoever what the current law is in the United States or anywhere in the fucking world. That is like, of the things that I value, like it is below a shit sandwich. That is how much I care about what the current law is. When I'm saying is an ought claim about what ought be the law. And what I am saying is that they are similar in this regard. And the reason that they are similar is not about whether or not driving is illegal, because drunk driving is illegal. But nevertheless, even if I was to take your critique as it was in the regards to drunk driving, I don't care. What is illegal, as far as I'm concerned, is taking actions that lead to the harm of a child and doing so consciously. Now, you're saying it's unconsciously, I presume, because you don't know whether or not the child exists or doesn't exist. But it's not about whether or not the child exists or doesn't exist. It's about you engaging in behavior that can lead to this outcome. Sometimes people do shit like steal from someone and no one knows that it was stolen. Or sometimes people shoot bottle rockets and they don't know that they're in a dry field that might burn up. It doesn't matter whether or not they know that the bottle rocket is going to light the field on fire. What matters is that they're engaged in risky behavior and the outcome was that someone's property was damaged. Or in this regard, a human being was harmed and it was due to the direct decisions by the person that harmed them, in this case, the pregnant mother.
What Scott's talking about here is actions have consequences.
Oh, I've
Yeah,
totally never heard that before, especially on these panels. Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
Wait,
I
so
Well,
but I
don't
feel like you guys are
understand it,
missing.
so
I feel like
felt
you guys are
it bore
missing
repeating.
something.
Maybe.
So
Oh, I've said that.
I can understand punishing the woman who goes to a bar and drinks while she's pregnant, right? But in that case, you'd probably punish her for. I mean, she's sober at one point. She goes to the bar, and then she drinks. She made the decision to go to the bar while pregnant and drink, right? So that makes sense to me. But if you're dealing with an addict, right? I don't think you can compare the two, because you don't have somebody who's sober in a logical, rational mindset. You have somebody who's already mentally affected by the addiction, who's making decisions that are impaired by the mental impact of the addiction. So unless you can rewind to say, oh, well, 2 years ago before you had your first drink, you should have known that you were going to become an alcoholic. It's not really helpful to punish them, right? It's more helpful to say, hey, yeah, this is a bad thing that's happening. How can we make this less bad, right? And then take actions to make it less bad.
I mean, I understand the empathy here, but like, if a crackhead goes underneath your house and steals your copper pipes because he's severely addicted to crack and needs his next crack rock, right? You wouldn't say, well, the crackhead was just addicted. Like, he's not responsible for those actions. Like, no, he engaged in a behavior that harmed your property. You go home and now you don't have any fucking water and you have to spend thousands of dollars to fix this situation. And if you find said crackhead, you're going to fucking punish them. Now, I understand you saying like, hey, look, drug addiction is a disease and it impairs judgment. And I have empathy for people in those situations. And so the way that I view this is less of a moral failing than someone that is completely sober. And I can empathize with your empathy in that regard. But again, like where is that line getting drawn, and why?
But I mean, even using your crackhead
for
example,
pregnant women and not for other people.
It's not,
and it's because of what I said. It's patriarchal.
No, it's not.
Tendencies.
So even using your crackhead example, right? So that person goes into your house, steals your copper, or whatever, fucks up your plumbing. So I think it makes more sense in that case, even to, right? I mean, we put him in jail, right? Punish him that way. Your pipes aren't fixed. He has no money to pay you back. He's still he's gonna go to prison and be an addict in prison, probably get drugs in prison if he can. If not, maybe he'll come out sober and self a fuck up.
We can make them work in prison.
Or you put him in some kind of rehab program, get him healthy, get him sober, get him to a position where he can pay back the damage that he did to your property. Right. So in long term, he's no longer engaged in that kind of activity.
Clarifying question. Would you or would you not, as part of this process, take that child away from the mother?
Yes.
Okay, so you are in favor of recognizing that the mother has lost the right to her body until she gets clean, and that the mother has lost the right to the child and must fight to get the child back. I don't think our positions are actually that far apart, because I'm not necessarily over here saying that we need to imprison these people and make them do forced labor, or that they can never fight for their kid back if they prove that they're clean or anything. I think I don't actually think our positions are that different at all. I think maybe we're talking past each other, because I think the actual outcome of what I would want the state to do is almost identical to what yours is.
I agree. So, and 1 second. So,
Talking to a pregnant lady right now. Go ahead.
I'd make the crack
yeah,
head
basically.
work.
Yeah, 1 second. So, I think again, Scott, I think we mostly agree. So, I mean, like I said earlier, I do agree that it does make sense to take the children away, even if she's so pregnant, to wait until the baby is born and then take it away until we are sure she's totally clean and able to take care of that child and herself, right? Like, that makes sense to me.
Well, I would slightly differ in that I would say that, if she wants guardianship back of the child, she has to prove that she's the best fit.
Yeah,
I think
I
once
agree
you
with that.
lose your, I think once you lose your rights to a child, if let's say, an aunt takes over and the aunt is like, no, this is my baby now. And 2 years later, you're like, well, I want my baby back. I'm clean and sober now and everything. And it's like, I don't think you just default get the child back just because you're clean and just because you've proven that like you're no longer bad.
Yeah, currently
anymore.
on your feet, basically. Yeah, I get it.
Right.
I agree
Yeah.
with
Like
that.
I think, but if like they're in CPS or some shit, then like any clean fucking, having if you're paying your rent and you're clean off of drugs for a year, like you're better than the foster care system.
Right.
I agree with all of that. Yeah.
Corey, Gibbs. I have lots of thoughts. Corey and Gibbs.
I should be quick. I just want to actually add on, because I'm a huge nerd and obviously a history of science nerd, what Scott outlined earlier with the psychiatric institutionalization. It's actually a pretty infamous paper. It's called, I'll post in the Discord paper, in the Discord chat. It's called
Being sane in an insane place.
Yeah. The Rosenham paper from the 70s. And it gets even more wild because, like, yes, when that scenario played out, psychiatrists were like, oh, no, it was rigged. And then they challenged the researcher again, saying, well, actually, send out patients again, okay? And then we're actually going to identify those insane ones. And then he put out the word saying, okay, I'm sending out new patients, okay? And then the psychiatrist came back saying, we identified them. And then he responded saying, I actually didn't send out anybody. You identified false positives.
Yeah, it's a famous study, and it's the problem is not that much better than it was in the 70s. It's still pretty bad. We have to be very careful about institutionalizing people because it can be hard to get out, even if you are a trained, almost a psychologist with no known medical or mental issues. It can still be almost impossible to get out of some of those places.
I don't think
we want to explore that. Go ahead, sorry.
I don't think the same risk though would apply like if you're institutionalizing pregnant people, right? Because like,
well, I'm saying we have to be very careful about the parameters, right? We have to have an end goal that says when you're institutionalized, when you meet this, you get out, because those places can keep people in and can cause there's been tons of studies that show that those places cause mental health issues.
Look. Yeah. I'm all fine with like being careful. I'm just saying that, like, I mean, the max, like under my proposal, the max these places would be able to hold people would be 9 months.
You can go fucking crazy in 9 months in a mental
I know,
institution.
right? I know. I'm saying
you can go fucking crazy in a few days in those places.
Let's go to Gibbs, and then I'm going to jump in something.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Pot. So, really, like the problem, like I stated in my opening, maybe you're right. Like, maybe it's not the addict's fault that they chose to do drugs and they got addicted. Maybe if they didn't choose to be addicts, maybe it's not the people's fault that they're lazy pieces of shit and they don't want to work and they want to live with the welfare system and not take any personal accounting for their daily lives. Maybe it's not these people at all. It's the perpetual cycle of the economic system that's holding them down. Whatever bullshit y'all want to spill, because all we're going to really do here, all we really offer this whole panel is piecemeal Band-Aid solutions. All these little policies we're talking about are just treating the symptom. They're not fixing the root cause, the homeless problem, the rampant drug addiction, the crack babies, the welfare state. These are all symptoms, and any one of them can be deadly to America, and we should remedy them, right? However, the real problem is the underlying sickness. These little Band-Aid solutions, we're just like making the problem worse. You're either pushing it down the line, letting it grow, buying time to be at a point of no return on any of these symptoms, and the society collapses. I don't know. It's just, I think the real problem is we need to start teaching personal accountability again. And until we do that, we need to dig this, we're going to have to start digging these symptoms out really harshly. It's like an infected leg. We need to cut it off before it grows further. Like, I guess it's going to be sad, but some people that might have recovered, you know what? You always talk about the greater good. Well, the greater good in this case might be a few of them get left behind for the betterment of society as a whole because, oh God, they could have recovered. But, if they had my fucking money, well, oh God, I could be Bill Gates if I had as much money as Jeff Bezos. It's a fucking terrible argument and it's stupid. Anybody can be anything if you're taking the money from everybody else that's working for it.
So I didn't state like how I feel about this. And it's like it's been in flux since like I first like learned of this story and like literally as this panel is going. And so I'm gonna say something here, but God, it might change. It really might change. Like as you know, as the regulars here know, right? I have, and along with Juby, the most extreme view on abortion, right? As far left as you could possibly go on abortion.
Peter Singer's position?
Peter Singer's? Singers?
Abortion up to 2 years of age?
Post-birth abortion.
Post-birth abortion.
We're gonna make the baby comfortable.
Oh, you might not have really have the left
abortion.
You do, yeah. You don't have the most left position.
Oh, that's not abortion. It's not abortion.
He's vegan, by the way, a known famous vegan, an animal rights advocate.
That's not abortion, so I'm gonna have to leave that alone. But yeah, the most and I'm a social libertarian in that I think people should be able to do what they want with their bodies, and it's generally none of our business what that is, and so like
except keep their money.
That's keep their money. Okay. That was okay.
If you actually believe that people should be able to do with their bodies,
I get you. Thank you. Oh my God, Scott! For 2 seconds, I forgot you were an ANCAP. Oh, thank you for reminding me. I appreciate
guys,
it.
I am doing Twitch panels and streaming for one fucking purpose primarily, and have always done so: to proselytize libertarianism.
You don't have to. I'm sorry. You don't have to inject your ANCAP this while I'm talking. I get it. We get it. Thank you. I love you. All right, moving on. Gibbs.
If I was doing this for money and clout, I'd be a Republican. Like Connor.
Thank you. I love you. All right, Gibbs. Right. I hear you. Fuck. What was I gonna say to Gibbs? Oh, you were saying that you have to be consistent on this, right? That if you are pro-abortion, then you should also be celebrating a woman, doing heroin, I think is what you said. I understand that mindset, right? And I've been contemplating this like for days actually. What do I feel? When in terms of let's remove the pregnancy just for a second, right? Let's look at a prisoner. Is it okay for to have a death penalty? For to say a certain level of crimes, we should execute this person. Like most people would say yes, right? A lot of people agree death penalty should exist for a certain level of crime. However, if you just change it slightly and say, well, what about torture? What if we hobble a person? Let me literally torture an individual. I think a lot of people would say no. That's different, right? But you haven't killed them. Killing them is like the ultimate punishment, supposedly. But torture feels differently, and putting the pregnancy back in, it feels different to say that, hey, there's a pregnancy that for whatever reason you need to end this, which is taking a life. I believe it's taking a life, right? That you're going to end this pregnancy, but then it's different when you're going to torture. Like a child, right? Like you're going to like specifically endanger someone who's going to go out into the world and just like live a life hobbled by decisions made within this very small time frame. That feels different. And in a way that like I don't know the best way to express that, but it feels like that shouldn't be the same. Uh I like let's imagine, right? Like if you're, especially if you're like a pro-choice person, right? Like, and you think that a woman should be able to do whatever she wants with her body, and especially ending a pregnancy. Let's imagine there was a technology, right? Like one of those you ever seen one of those wands, right? That like or that shock an individual, right? Like you put it to your skin, it shocks you, right?
Like a cattle rod or like a.
But yeah, I guess it's like a cattle. I was not
prod.
thinking of a cattle rod, but yeah, but fine. Cattle rod, it works. Yeah, sure. Um, Imagine if you had like a device like that, but if a pregnant woman put it to her stomach, it didn't shock her, but it shocked her baby, and someone was doing that for fun. Like, it's her body, right? She can do whatever she wants with it. But is it the same? Like, would you defend that? I think a lot of people wouldn't defend that. So this feels different to me in a way that I'm not sure I can properly express. So like the state stepping in to address this, like I am sympathetic to that. However, like the more we criminalize these behaviors, right, rather than like maybe look at it as some sort of a health issue, right? When you start using the criminal justice system, it is a blunt system, right? It's not nuanced. It's not a scalpel. The law never truly is. It's a blunt system, and so like there are plenty of edge cases. I forget if this is because I read a bunch of articles, so I forget which one I sent to you guys. But like the one of them talked about a mother who she had been on drugs previously, but she got off of that, and like but she had a history of drug use, and so now like when her baby comes out with like a positive drug test, right? Like yes, sure, she had taken drugs, but she had gotten off. She had literally turned her life around, right? She had done the thing that we want a mother to do in that situation. She got clean. But once we set the system up, then we're going to end up punishing like people like her, which I think a lot of people could be very sympathetic to. Like, is this a system we want? I don't know if the law is the way to do this. So that's where I'm at right now. So I don't know. Does that
I
make
tend
sense?
to agree with you to a
Yeah.
large extent.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be, anytime you make a law, there's always going to be unintended consequences. There's always going to be individuals that are, edge cases, right? Because the law is black and white, and it's involuntary, and so because of that, there's always going to be situations where you're like, wow, this shouldn't have happened this way. And that would even be true of, my ANCAP utopia, right? Like the world is imperfect and there are criminals everywhere. And, no system of governance is going to fix either of those things, or nor is it going to fix what isn't a problem, which is subjective value. And so, I think obviously it's true that we have to be careful about implementing any legislation or any law that attacks any one group of people. Thomas Sowell talks about it mostly in economics, right? But he says that every policy is a trade-off, right? Every policy is a trade-off. That's what you're doing. Like even if you're a lefty, you have to like recognize that you're trading some value of like some tax money you took out of the market. So every time you say we need a new tax, someone in America dies. Every tax, someone in America dies. You're willing to accept that death. And that death is from, a guy who loses his job because the business didn't grow as much. And, he ends up being like, leaves his family and, develops an opioid addiction. Like unemployment causes, the numbers are really hard to pin down. I've heard a lot of different numbers, so please don't trust my numbers, but it's something like 40,000 Americans die for every 1% unemployment. And those are just excess deaths, right? That doesn't mean that like the unemployment directly caused the death. That just means like it led to a change in the system where people ended up dying. And so, like, yeah, any implementation of any law is something that we need to be very careful of. Obviously, I'm for the state getting out of all of the laws in this regard. My issue, however, is when the state is going to be the monopoly on power and violence, and is going to be the only institution that is allowed to imprison people, is allowed to determine where kids go, etc. Right? Not having the law in place in this situation, there's other trade-offs here, right? What about the man who has a relationship with a girl and gets her pregnant, and he realizes she's pregnant and is like, okay, I'm getting off drugs, like we have to be clean for this baby. And so for the next 8 months he's clean, he gets help, he goes out and gets a better job and has a stable income and rent and all of these things. And then she just stays on drugs, and we don't have the state involved at all, and nobody reports the fact that she had this baby. And so now he has this kid who is now he has to hire lawyers and fight through an expensive and difficult legal process just to get his own kid, because the state's deferring to the mother and deferring to to her. And now he's trying to spend $20,000-$30,000 to get a kid that's been damaged by his drug addicted mother. Like that's another trade-off of not doing anything.
Yeah, but hold on. But I didn't say not do anything, right? And I wanted to also get Lacto's opinion on
for sure. Like there are market solutions in a lot of ways, right? Like crisis pregnancy centers for Catholic institutions all over the country will help people and do the best that they can. But you can't always lead a horse to water. I mean, lead a horse to water. We can't make it drink.
But hold on. But I'm not even saying like lead a horse to water in that like voluntarily, right? Like I'm okay for some sort of involuntary solution, right? Like I'm okay with like I'm leaving my options open as to what the system could be, right? But the moment we like start criminalizing people, right? And I feel like my libertarian friends, should be on my side here, right? But the moment we start criminalizing things, then we introduce state violence that is blunt and non-nuanced and like produces more outrages. Again, this is why I cared about that framing from the very beginning. That if we look at it as a health issue, right? Okay, we have a person presenting to us, right? This woman who is pregnant, but like has a history of these drugs. What do we do with her, right? Is it that we use state violence to take away her child, right? Or make her, she might have current children, they'll take those away too, right? Or is it that we lock them up, or do we get them in some sort of program? Do we give them options, right? Do we do all these things that could maybe lead to an outcome where the family stays together? And the family staying together, right, is always like is more likely than not the best option in most cases, right? So like Lactoid, yeah.
Generally speaking, yeah.
Yeah, so Lactoid, like I know you are very unsympathetic to mothers who take these substances, but like what about like rather than looking at it as a judicial issue, as a medical issue?
Yeah, I look. To the extent that it works, like my goal here is ultimately going to be to help prevent children from getting hurt. So if I sort of treat it somewhat along the lines of like people who potentially have a predilection to hurt children, which is that if you come to us first and request treatment, maybe that can be an option. But if we have to come get you, there's going to be a stick. There's going to be penalties associated with this behavior, and hopefully that provides some kind of incentive, some kind of deterrent structure of like, look, we're not trying to be heartless, but this is unacceptable. It's unacceptable.
And I do mean quick. It's like one sentence. I Prime guys, you also have to understand that doing nothing still maintains the status quo that kidnapping is illegal. So you're already using state violence to stop someone who would want to take care of this child, right? Like if there's an aunt, like I said, right, that is like, you delivered a crack baby and you're still doing crack, right? if you say, well, we're not going to have a legal solution here, well, the legal structure is already in place that makes it illegal for the aunt to go and save that baby and give that baby a better life.
Sorry.
So to say like so what you're really saying is we're going to use violence against those that really aren't criminals, right? People that want to take care of a child and haven't committed a crime, but we're not going to use violence against the criminals that have harmed the child.
Sorry, Hunt. Okay, so
I'd like to answer your question too, Brian. You get a chance.
Sure. Okay, fair.
Do you mind if I have a closing statement soon? I have a bad headache. Like
Sure.
I feel like mega.
It's also past time.
Go ahead.
That too. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna dip out of here. Say hi to my crack baby. I don't think she's actually on crack. She's just a cat, so she's a bit stupid. But yeah, you
Cat
can.
baby.
Yeah, my cat baby. You can find me on Twitter or on Blue Sky at Premier Katya, but I'm gonna go night-night because I feel like shit. Thank you for having me, Prime. Nice talking to everybody else here. Night-night. Bye-bye.
Take care. Be well. Feel better.
Nice to have you back.
Good night.
Fuck, I forget what I was going to say, honestly. But let's go to Gibbs, and just like if anyone needs to leave, they can head out.
Yeah, I mean, I think the issue you're having is with this like moral dichotomy you can't reconcile between the abortion and the like heroin addict baby or the crack baby. I think we can explain this. I'm here to help you. All right, I'm gonna bring you to the light. And we're gonna figure out the problem because you're right. There is one of them is worse than the other, right? And the reason I say this matter to some extent about both these products and instructions is because of the lack of the glorification of the lack of personal accountability, right? You can have random sex to have a baby, and oh, you know what? I don't want this baby, and like for some percentage of women, they'll decide, okay, it's more convenient to take it out, all right? And that's harsh. It's terrible. And some of these are maybe even government-funded abortions. I don't know. Tax dollars go to away, and I'm real sad about that. I hate it. I think it's evil. It's awful. However, this is gonna sound real bad. That's only a one-time hickey each time they murdered that baby. And with the crack baby, where they come out and they're, deformed or they're like, mentally ill. And, we not only have to take care of this baby for the rest of their lives. Now they're on state funds. We have to take care of the mom and rehabilitate her, as she fails multiple times and keeps going back under the bridge. And then, we're going to enable all these other homeless people, all this other shit. We never stop funding it. It's a bigger hit. And you're absolutely right. Because you know what? They are torturing somebody. They're torturing the American taxpayer by keeping these people on life support and not making them fucking have to deal with the consequences. We are enabling them. And we're like, every time we do this, it's crazy. This is what you're doing. We go, okay, well, they can't get out of drug addiction, so put them in rehab. Oh, you know what? They can't work because they're in rehab, so let's give them welfare. Then they go and buy. It's fucking insane. It's a cycle that they get them in, and they get them hooked. It's great. It's terrible. It's an evil leftist ideology.
I've never agreed with Gibbs this much. I am shocked, sir.
I don't understand, like, in terms of abortion, why, like, conservatives don't, like, consider getting abortion act of personal responsibility. Hey, I fucked up. I had this baby when I am unprepared to handle this baby, right? Like, hey, you shouldn't have sex when you do that.
You gotta remember,
I would do it.
Like, in my case, it's always about what's best for me, right? But I'm speaking for like all the other conservatives when I say this.
Yeah. Conservatives say, like, you made a mistake when you had sex, right? Okay, right? Now you have to deal with the consequences. Okay, well, the consequence is that I'm going to have a baby that's going to lower my life outcomes and maybe the life outcomes of my current children.
I always love it how leftists talk about how it's going to ruin this woman's life to have a child.
Well, it's ruining our lives, taking our money all the time.
I don't know why you can't understand it. Hopefully,
you're talking to one of them. You are talking to one of them right now. My mom was.
Oh, let's talk about the anecdote of your mom. Great. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what your mom did.
Okay.
I'm glad your mother. I'm glad it worked out for your mother, right? But it doesn't matter for us on a larger scale of a policy, right? Great. I'm so happy that it worked out for your mother and for you. Fantastic. I'm glad you're here with us. But that we're not going to build policy around that your 18-year-old mom who happened to have like beat the odds. So for many other women,
It was hard work. It wasn't beating the
yes,
odds. That's
yes,
the dumbest
buy
thing
bootstraps.
that could
Okay, so
possibly
many
be
bootstraps
said.
behind the ball. God, I'm so happy for her. But any which way, right? There are many people who are in precarious situations, right? People who may already have children or and understand they don't have the funds to take care of another child, or for whatever reason. There's a whole list of those reasons, right? And then they're deciding, I'm going to end this pregnancy, right? And so
All I'm hearing is
I don't produce another child who's going to be poor, right? And going to use up other state funds, right? They're not going to do anything. I'm taking care of that issue. Accountability. But for some reason, conservatives never look at it that way. It's very strange to me.
May I answer? I'll answer here, right? Because the fundamental misunderstanding here is, and it's usually where the misunderstanding comes from, is philosophy. And I know people get so bored about it. It's not blood sports enough, whatever, right? But you're talking about outcomes, and your typical conservative is a deontologist, right? Especially the Christians, right? Murder is wrong. There is no situation where murder becomes right. And so it's not about
Lots of them are pro death penalty.
Hayes, by your logic, I should literally go around and put a 22 in the back of the head of every drug addict. By your logic.
That's not by my logic at all. That's so strange.
Like, I'm not even like I'm not even stating like I'm not even getting into like a discussion here about like arguing for that as a merit, right? It's just descriptively true. Most conservatives believe that murder is wrong. Self-defense is killing. That's not murder.
No, death penalty though. Therefore,
death penalty is not murder. That's justice, right? The person, the person loses their. That's not murdering. That's killing, right? Murdering is killing a non-aggressive entity. When someone engages in, so if someone kills someone, then you can kill them, right? They have argued that it is right to kill them, but I don't want to get into the philosophy that much, right? I'm just saying this is where that fundamental difference comes from. When the conservative is hearing you say, well, the outcomes will be better for the mother, the outcomes will be better for this, even a conservative that is outcome based, let's say they're not a deontologist and they share the same philosophical worldview as you in terms of being outcome based, then what we need to do is we need to look at what conservatives value versus what left-wing people value, right? So for example, fairness, really high for the left. That's not that high for right-wingers. Right-wingers tend, the more right-wing they get, the more the 5 values of moral psychology studies that like what's his name did. I know Corey Campbell hates him.
Jonathan Haidt.
Jonathan Haidt, thank you. Right, moral psychologist, right? The more those kind of coalesce together. And so to the conservative that is a consequentialist or is a utilitarian, they hold life at the highest value because life is uncapped potential. When you say her circumstances will be, better because of the abortion, the conservative, even the one that agrees with you, will say you can't possibly know that because life could be anything. You could be killing the next Hitler, you could be killing the next cancer, the person that cures cancer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the human life is of limitless potential and you are killing that potential. And so because of that, like, so the concept of like, we have empirical data to show that like socioeconomic status is higher, right? But the problem is that there are all of these other things that many data doesn't necessarily represent that conservatives are looking at. Conservatives are thinking about what's going to happen when she's 40 years old and she doesn't have children. And she thinks back on that moment where she could have gotten her life together and had a child. But now that she's older and, maybe she gets a husband or whatever, it doesn't matter. And they travel the world and they have fun. But, Christmas comes and they're 50 and they have nobody to call them and they don't have family and they don't have the continuation of their legacy and the culture and the community dies. Like it's a different value system. And I'm not even saying like it's right or it's wrong. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying like when you say you don't understand it, that's what's happening. Is you're not seeing the right's values and you're not seeing the right in terms of most of them, in what they just say murder's wrong because it's wrong. Period.
Yeah. Then I'll leave it there. I won't.
Yeah, no, Scott's bang on. Bang
Uh,
on.
yeah. I don't know. So I acknowledge that that our value systems are so different. So we're hearing different things here. Yeah. I don't. Uh, I think it feels worse for me going back to the subject at hand. To like torture a child. I'm okay with killing them through abortion. Like I acknowledge it's a loss of life. But that's okay. Because it's that woman's body. But it seems like I don't know. I guess we wouldn't want a society where
Join the libertarian dark side and just become an evictionist like me, please.
eviction. Yeah, I've been thinking that we had a private conversation. Private, I guess it was just after everyone left.
I was streaming.
Yeah, exactly. That was on private in quotes. But a conversation when we talked about that, and I put some thought into it, and I do like the idea. We can talk about it more later on. Why don't we just end things here, unless someone has anything else they want to add?
Yeah, I mean, it's New Year's here and like New Year's Eve. Sorry, in like
New
8
Year's Eve.
minutes on the East Coast.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks all for coming through. This was a lot of fun. Thanks, Sean, for gifting or for resubbing.
Oh, and iCal Rich donated, FYI, in the chat.
200 bits. Yeah. Thank you for the 200 bits, Rich. Yeah. Thank you, our friend Scott, for coming through. Yeah, I'll give you an outro. So, Scott.
Yeah, I am Scott. My channel name is Fabian Liberty. You can find me on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. I just got back from my 7-day naughty boy ban. And you can find me on YouTube is where I'm predominantly streaming. Libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, philosophy, economics, social issues, things like that. Thursday, I'm doing Libertarian Nerd Night. So this will apply to almost none of you listening. But if you want to learn more about, if you want to listen to argumentation ethics and Stefan Kinsella explain why the self-ownership principle is a dated philosophical idea, come hang out. And I agree that there might be one of you that wants to see that, but that's what I'll be doing Thursday.
So much. Let's go to our friend Corey. This is a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's always fun. There's almost no better way that I could think of that I'd want to somewhat conclude the year, although there's 24 hours left, or 24 hours and 6 minutes. And I look forward to starting the new year, hopefully returning back on these panels, because, yeah, always fun and something to look forward to. But you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram. It's Corey Campbell. And yeah, Gibbs, Grade 1, Scott, always a pleasure. Love you, Prime.
We could have hours and hours and hours of more arguing with each other, right? With that, make your New Year's better.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you.
It's actually my resolution to argue more.
And hopefully I'll help you keep that. Grid, thank you so much for being here, friend.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for giving us the platform for us to come together and argue, because I enjoy arguing. It's my second favorite thing. I'm just going to have to reflect back on something my dear old dad said before he left this shitty old world. And that is, don't stick your dick in crazy, because you may have to live with it for 18 years. And I lived wholeheartedly by that principle, and I suggest all young men do so. A lot of wisdom in that one little sentence. If you want to find me, I'm an unreasonable man on YouTube. It is Grid 1-Motorsports, just like it's right there. If you're going to put it in the search bar. And yeah, it's a good time. I like the debating. On my channel, though, there is no actual debating. There's no business done on my channel. It's like the Continental. and I only do business on other people's channels where I can go and you know hurt people's feelings. Change worldviews.
Dude, you have
And
panels
Admiral
on your
Gibbs,
show.
I
as
got to
well.
give Gibbs the best. He had the best opening in a long time. That was great. It was good. So,
Um,
all right. Have a good evening.
absolutely.
I don't know.
And
I feel like my opening on his show may or may not have been better, and you should
Yeah.
go back and watch the
Yeah,
VOD.
the
That
VOD.
was
Admiral
really
Gibbs
good.
channel
That-
or my channel, right?
That was really
just
good.
throwing that out there so you can give
Go
either
watch
of us
VOD.
some
Good.
views.
Yeah.
that
uh,
was,
thank you so much. Gibbs, finally, please.
Oh yeah, thank you for having me. I'm glad that you probably always have us and you host all these wonderful debates and put up with all our bullshit. And thanks for letting me run long because it's been so fun. Running all these hearing all these long dissertations. I just wanted to return the favor, and like let y'all really enjoy it and see what it's like to sit there for a while and get preached to. I'm glad y'all enjoy it. And I'm definitely not gonna do that all the time because fuck all that. But yeah, thanks for having me. And check this out Thursday. Give Me a Break comes back. And Friday we'll be having more debate championship series opening round matchups. I think we're gonna have Ico Rich versus Portland is Burning, and we're gonna have the Big JC versus Average Tyler. So it should be good. I'm excited. Good times, good things. Exciting things are coming here in Twitch Bowl. People tell you the politics sphere is dead, but those people are scrubs. Listen to me and people like Prime and all the rest of the people here. Y'all are great. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I'm gonna send you guys off to another woman who thumbnail. Yeah, sure, why not? So off we go. I just sent you to a woman. And good luck with that. I'm just calmly waiting until the countdown is